Okay. So we're back here. Let me shut all this off. I mean, at the end of the day, this is good because we got it ready. We can do cooking stuff later. This 4K cinematic eats battery like a motherfucker. Holy shit. Turn it off. Close the app. All right. So, good news is the mic works, and that's a sick setup. It's way better than I thought. Normally, when I try cool shit, I don't know what I'm doing, and it gets fucked up. But I might be going out tonight instead of cooking. So give me a second. Gotta go coordinate. I'll be right back. Enjoy some tunes. All right. All right. So, but that said, like, regardless, even if we do this tomorrow, I'm super fucking stoked that that setup works. I'm so happy. That is freaking awesome. And so I have the GoPro set up, I have the mics, and I have a battery pack coming tomorrow. Yeah, I'm fucking pumped. I am tired of recording videos with this. Like trying to adjust and change angles. The Kenji Lopez alt style, like if you guys haven't seen his videos, like inspiration, man, this guy.
Hey everyone, it's Kenji.
Let's see what one we want to do. He's doing a lot of cool stuff, but like these videos.
Growing up, she did it all. Raised me and my brother while she went to school and worked full time. My mom's my best friend. We're close.
Hey everyone, it's Kenji. I'm making some cranberry sauce. Pretty classic cranberry sauce. So I'm gonna add a couple of flavors. I don't know if I have a video. I might have a very old video on cranberry sauce on YouTube somewhere. If I do, I'll link to it, or I'll probably forget to link to it, and someone will remind me. Cranberry sauce is really, really easy though. So we're gonna start with, this is 12 ounces of cranberry, so like 350 grams or so. And then about a cup of sugar is what we want. So a cup of sugar is about 7 ounces of sugar, so about 200 grams.
But yeah, isn't this like a cozy little aesthetic?
200 grams of sugar. 200 grams of sugar.
Does he do some editing? Does he do much editing?
We're gonna add just a little bit of
I think he
water
does.
to here.
I think before he used to just record them and they would be really long. His food lab book, if you guys are, into like buying more books than you need when it comes to food. Calcifer, I'm going to do something. Right now we're looking at J. Kenji Lopez alt and seeing how his channel's doing. So he's got a lot of views. I don't know how to look at the most popular videos. Let's see. Okay, so he has some like, so I want to do something like this where like I get drunk late at night or some shit, and do some late night drunk cooking. I think that would be fun. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna play League now because fuck you guys. Okay. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff we're gonna be doing. Oh, you couldn't see any of that. I'm sorry. Fuck me. I'm sitting here talking to you guys. Kill me. Okay. There. Sorry. So I'll show you what we were watching while we wait for the league queue to pop. So we were watching J. Kenji videos. So this is kind of the style that we're gonna have tomorrow when I start doing the cooking streams again. We're gonna have this, where you're gonna see like that first person view. And for you guys on YouTube and stream watchers, we'll have that live view where you get to see all the stuff happening. You'll get to see me serve Steven if he's cool with it, all that stuff. And then when I edit it, I think what I'm gonna do is there's a guy named Daubers. Daubers Cooking. This guy. And he works at this really cool fish restaurant. And so his fuck you.
See if you've gone to pass something through an oil filter and have the oil filter fall on itself. That's a fucking living nightmare. So
fucking living nightmare. Fucking living nightmare. Meow. Meow. Crikey, I'm Australian. Crikey, mate. G'day. Dingo ate my baby.
hello folks, let's make our new menu lamb at the Market Bistro. So we've got lamb necks that have been slow cooked at 65
So
degrees for 24
he did
hours.
this while he was working at his restaurant. He'd first person view it. And he'd just do the voiceover and have it all sped up. So I think I'm gonna do something like this when I do my cooking content for the GoPro. That'll be my like prepared stuff, right? Man. I should have banned Tryndamere. He was such a pain in the ass that last game. But yeah, I really like the style. and I like this style. So I think between the YouTube and all that stuff, I think this would be a good way to do it until I'm like stable as far as the streaming and all that stuff goes. It'll be good to go. Lock in that Warwick. All right. What's that fucker's name?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. First blood.
Oh, my team is fighting. Ah. I'll take it. Did I not get credit for that? Fuck you.
You have been slain.
What? To what? To what did I just fucking die? Oh. Explain, chat. Explain, okay? Megalo all you want, but help me understand how the fuck I just died. He was gone. Was it Gromp? Did Gromp's single hit do enough damage to do that? Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. Okay, well then that was my bad. I'm fucking dumb. Is there a way to see Scuttle Timer?
Enemy killing spree.
Oh, top's gonna be fucking bad.
An enemy has been slain.
Wasting time.
An ally has been slain. Kill. You have slain an enemy. Executed. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Listen, we're not smashing. We got Vino. Not worth. Oh, wait, but the team might clean it up.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Go to it. Fuck the mid. Get the dragon. I'm so behind.
Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain.
But.
Ally has been slain.
Damn. I'm liking with the shot calling today. Fuck me. Who'd have thought I'd have the presence of mind? Darius is way better than I am. Get fucked, fuck you, die, back, out. I am support. Ah. Ah, one shot. Fuck me.
Have been slain.
444. All right.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I need to get my R. That's really hurting me.
An enemy is dominating. An ally has been slain.
I hate Silas.
An enemy has been slain.
Lycan, can you?
Godlike.
You're right. Both are war crimes. Playing League and the actions of Israel. Stealing this so they can't have it. Whew. Get fucked. Oh, I'm dead. I can't engage. I'm sorry. How long do I have on this? Top getting bullied. I'm up in kills, down in CS. Gotta work on that.
Enemy killing spree. Shut down.
I'm gonna help Timo push out. In an unwarded river. Run, Timo, run. Not worth. Go, 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 go. Out.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain.
No, we're not surrendering.
An ally has been slain.
You out of your fucking mind?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh. What the fuck happened there? Did I alt into a fucking hero minion?
An enemy is unstoppable.
Fuck me. Run. Die.
Has been destroyed. An enemy is dominating. You have slain an enemy.
I'm not gonna make it. Nope. Forgot I had that thing. Turret.
Destroyed a turret. You have been slain.
What's up, Danny?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Double kill.
You might not like my methods, okay? But I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you safe. And that's
turret
a
has been
powerful
destroyed.
thing. Like, a lot of people, a lot of
An
far
enemy
lefties,
is godlike.
you know, the ones who go on about how much they hate Biden or Trump, a lot of them would end up voting for Trump if literally Trump told them they could protect them, and they legitimately were scared that if they don't vote for Trump, they might get killed. A lot of people will destroy and leave a lot of their own ethics aside when it comes to survival. It's human instinct. So it's a very powerful argument, right? He kept Mr. Security last night, isn't he?
Your turret has been destroyed.
And what's wild, right, is and there was always this association, because you know how there's like a left and a right dynamic, and certain things get pushed together that are separate issues. Settlements and security, technically separate issues, but they got pushed together because they're both considered a right wing. That the right wing, they're pro settlements, but they're also pro security, right? And they're tough on security. Now, October
An
7th
ally has been slain.
happened with the most high, so-called high security government that's ever existed. And that's probably couldn't have picked a better time. I haven't even touched the surface. That's true. So, because of that, the idea was that if you build settlements within the area of Israel, you're more likely to be able to annex it, and that's going to lead to better security because Israel's going to have more defensible borders, right? That's number one. The other argument would be, watch this get so clipped out of context. Okay, but the other argument would also just be, if you have more settlements, right? There's more bases for Israeli soldiers to operate out of, things like that. There's a bunch of arguments. I feel like some of them stand up a bit, but October 7th proved that any benefit security-wise, I'm not talking morally whatsoever, I'm just talking about strategy, by the way. Any benefit security-wise is completely outweighed by the negatives, right? Because to protect the settlements, the settlements are hard to protect compared to northern Israel. And because of the settlements, they sent 32 battalions to protect. Like, guys, look up a map of Israel, right? Look up a map of the West Bank, and it's right in the middle of the country. They did not need 32 battalions there. That's wild. The heads are going to roll when this is investigated on the stuff that this led. But the important thing is that having settlements actually is what reduced Israel's security. And we're not even talking about how it radicalizes Palestinians. Like, I'm not even touching that whole can of worms, which is its own argument. I'm just talking purely focused on the on-the-ground strategy. So, like, that's just crazy that was allowed to happen. So I think that there is now going to be a good argument that settlements are not good for security. So, like, it's interesting to see if there is going to be a new type of right-winger, right? Or maybe a new type of centrist, or maybe a new left, a type of left that's very high security, very anti-Semitic. I don't know, like, where the shoe's gonna drop, but it'll be interesting to see where it goes. The other thing that's been this huge divide in Israel has been about the goals of the war. There are two goals of this war, the Israel-Hamas war. The number one goal, they say, is to get the hostages back. The number two goal is to destroy Hamas. And when they say destroy Hamas, they mean disarm Hamas, by the way. No one thinks you can completely remove Hamas. But you think the idea is that you can destroy their infrastructure, destroy their ability to use rockets, destroy their militarization. That's very effective. Yes, ice cream. I am back. Hamas leadership aren't even Gaza. Some of them, yeah, the top guys, but Sinwar is. So that's the whole thing there. Those are like the two goals, and I think initially in the war there was this idea that those two goals worked together, but we're probably coming up to a point now in the war where there's going to be situations where they don't work well together, and that's when you start getting very morally complex and you start having to weigh, like, it's like literally trolley problem shit. November Mike, thank you so much for subscribing.
I've never played. Well, no,
Ray
I'm sorry. I
Fuji,
have
thank
played
you so much
Dota.
for subscribing.
I've just never really played Dota.
It makes me so happy to have other people in the Jewish community here. You know, that's really cool. Of course, Gentiles are welcome as well. I honestly welcome anyone who is not an anti-Semite and wants to learn, even if you disagree with my perspective. I love having a type of community where we're all just discussing things, but yeah, if you're just, like, the big thing that I really want is to create a community where we don't use broad terms to shut down a discussion. So if someone disagrees with you, you don't get to go genocide defender, genocide denier. And I'm not going to engage in that myself. And it's emotionally tempting, trust me. It's emotionally tempting. Whenever I hear anyone say, like, anything about disagreements on October 7th, it's tempted for me to just call them genocide deniers and, like, totally shut down the argument, or, like, I don't know, just anything like that. It's completely, it's such an, that type of, I I find it honestly abusive, because that's what an abuser does. Like, abusers, they use like terms to shut down discussion, to control it, and to morally dominate. Oh my god, we started a hype train. Thank you so much, Brando, thank you so much for the bit. They call you a genocider. Oh man. Yeah. And this is what's so deeply ironic when people are being so extremely anti-Israel. I don't mind people being very critical of Israel, right? But if like they're like arguing like Hamas talking points, like they are that extreme. When people are engaging in that level of stuff, you know, it's like you can't even talk to them. And they purposely, because they know they don't want to talk to you, because they know if like if you actually start getting into the details, it's not going to go completely in their favor. The same way it doesn't go completely in the favor of an extreme right-wing Zionist. Both narratives are very false. This is something we used to cover a lot on the stream. Both narratives of both groups see themselves completely as victims, and both groups are victims, but they're also perpetuators. Both groups. And for the Israelis who are here and they don't want to think that we've ever done stuff, man, look up Ariel Sharon. Okay, I tell you, Ariel Sharon is like the Where's Waldo of genocide. I shouldn't say genocide, but of war crimes. Whenever I'm looking up a war crime, I find out about a war crime, I swear somehow Ariel Sharon showed up. Okay, like he was there. I shouldn't laugh about this, but it's so fucking weird how like. Even I was like, I didn't even know he operated in the South. He was in the South in the 1956 Suez Canal crisis. Oh, there's a war crime. Yep, Ariel Sharon is there. I'm telling you, he's the Where's Waldo of it. Just like look it up. It's super weird. I didn't like, even when he's young, when he's old. It's super strange. There's a few characters like that. Like, I just. Oh my god, I shouldn't laugh about that, but it's just so fucking dark. I forget what my point was. What was I saying? Guys, remind me. I started getting, because I was imagining Ariel Sharon in like a Where's Waldo outfit.
Double kill.
Moshe Dayan was a Giga Chad? Yeah, Moshe Dayan. That was the general who led the attack of 1967 success. TikTok Zoomer said, that Bin Laden had a point doing that. You know what's crazy? It's not just that. Oh my god, I'm not going to name streamers right now because I just do not want to facilitate immense amounts of hate. But, oh god, the stuff that I'm seeing some of them say and they don't get banned, there's no
Listen to
consequences.
Nasser or Aristocracy.
Like, people were getting mad at me on Twitter because there's like, oh, you're trying to cancel this streamer or something like that. Like, bro, this is the culture you created. I watch people get canceled over the tiniest things. Like, I watch people get, like, have their lives destroyed over the tiniest things. And someone can go and literally advocate and push a terrorist, like a terrorist, not just terrorist propaganda, a literal
you
terrorist
hooker.
news organization that's used, which is what CUD's network is. If you guys don't know, I don't even want to show it on. I honestly don't even want to show it on stream, but there's like a Twitter network that, because Elon Musk is a free speech
An
tough.
ally has been
Okay.
slain.
Oh, am I not allowed to use that word on stream? I don't know. So he allows
Your inhibitor has been
like literal Hamas propaganda, like their actual organization. I don't mean just people who are like talking. They're just like allowed to say this stuff.
double kill.
It's crazy. There was another streamer, who I think mods for Hassan, and she posted on the day, on October 7th, she said, "This is what decolonization looks like." That's what she said. On the worst day in history for Jews since the Holocaust, where more than 70% of the people who died and were attacked were civilians, where civilians were explicitly targeted, where they were literally ordered to rape, Literally, they were given, Hamas handed out pamphlets on how to say "take off your pants" in Hebrew. They organized. They made. They laid claim to certain. And this is going to be incredibly triggering, by the way. Like, so massive trigger warning. Though, like, this is disturbing shit. But they literally made lists, which, like, you can go find online. I'm not going to show that disgusting shit up here. But they made lists where they particularly plan to rape the female soldiers. Right? And rape, and a lot of people, some people, you're not allowed to rape anyone. You can't even rape a soldier. You can't rape a combatant, okay? That's against the law. Right? And Israel, actually, for all it's done plenty of shitty things to Palestinians, don't get me wrong. But it actually is notoriously or famously
What the fuck's wrong with this?
really low with rape. Like, its engagement in rape warfare is considered some of the lowest that's ever been recorded for a country. I'm telling you, this is a real fact in history. Like, people, actual historians, even ones who are very extremely against Israel, like of the low rape
Be right
rates
back.
was
I
actually a
gotta
sign
go
of how
bio.
racist Israelis were. Yeah, right? Like, so, anyways, but yeah, so Israeli soldiers, so they plan to rape the female soldiers, and they name them. So, like, the higher commanders in Hamas all wanted because there was a ton of intelligence that they'd gotten, and they put down people's names, so they laid claim to certain soldiers before they even did that, engaged in it. Crazy. What's your opinion on Finkelstein? I think Finkelstein is a pathetic attempt at a scholar. I think he's a crazy, bordering on psychotic man that is even considered crazy and lacks respect from his own ideology, people who share his own ideology. Like, all the anti-Israel historians I know who are extremely anti-Israel, right, have no respect for him. So, if someone's hated by their own side, they're pretty fucking shitty. I know he's been completely abandoned by the scholarly world, right? Like, even, like, the anti-Semitic scholarly world is not good, like, he's bad enough for them, okay? That's how bad he is. The way he weaponizes what happened to his parents as a way to justify his anti-Semitism, it reminds me so much of the way you can see, I see Arabs do this, I see black people do this, I see tons of minority groups do this, or Milo Yiannopoulos did this, where he weaponized his gay, the fact that he was gay as a way to justify his homophobia, right? Or transphobia, or whatever he was engaging in. Very common. And the left correctly points it out when they see it happening to anyone but Jews. But Jews hold a special place for them. Hey, Rick. Welcome back to the stream. But yeah, so because of that, Finkelstein's being basically abandoned by the scholarly world. Right? Completely abandoned. There are some people that just get so... Normally in academia, there tends to be, like, factions that form, right? But... so, for example, with Israel-Palestine, there's a faction with right-wing, with, like, Zionist historians, or Zionist scholars, or Zionist lawyers, like Alan Dershowitz, for example, right? And then on the far left, you've got people like Ilan Pappé or Avi Shlaim. You can look him up, Avi Shlaim. Ilan Pape. I'd recommend Avi Schleim a lot more. But they're like fully, like they hate Israel. Trust me. And so they're that on the far left, and then you've got more centrists.
I don't know what
and
was said, so
conventionalists.
I don't know who got shit on.
So that kind of end up left or right depending on what they consider the facts are. So, but even the far left section that I just mentioned has abandoned Finkelstein. Like he's considered a joke. And if you listen to him talk, or if you've seen the emails with him in Destiny and shit, it's pretty obvious why. Like, this guy, it's not about politics, it's not about ideology, this guy's just a hack. So, regardless, you shouldn't take anything he says ever seriously. This is not a serious scholar. Not a, he's not even a historian. I don't know, people call him a historian when he studied political science. No offense to the political scientists here. Please don't hate me, okay?
I got promoted to bronze. Oh!
And
No more Iron League.
yeah, he celebrated the Hamas attack. He literally was buddy with David Irving, right? The Holocaust denier that got proven a Holocaust denier in court. Like, this guy is the Jewish version of a pygmy. Okay, that's what. Hopefully, I don't get banned for saying that, but he literally is. He's a pygmy. Okay, he's a pygmy Jew.
All right. Finkelstein didn't celebrate the 10/7 attack after he found out civilians were targeted. He saw it as an act of resistance because he was following it in real time. And when the first deaths were announced, where he was getting the news from, the deaths were announced as IDF, and he took it as that. And once he found out it was civilians, that's when he changed his tune. So anyone saying that he celebrated the civilian deaths and celebrated 10/7 has literally not read or listened to anything he has said.
If I push other Jews into the gas chamber first, maybe I'll be able to escape. Yeah. I don't. The thing is, I think you could support
Nix,
Palestine
listen
as
to
a person and not be with the
his interviews.
right?
He's talked about this. He talked about it with
just,
Eli Lake, and he talked about it with others. He's explicitly
'Cause I think, like,
explicitly said this.
you just have a lot of empathy for Palestinians, which I think you could argue that's actually a very Jewish perspective because of, you know, rules in Judaism like Tikkun Olam, which means repairing the world. You could be really against politically a lot of the current Israeli government, all that kind of stuff. But if you see, like,
I mean, if
a
you don't
Jewish
believe him,
person
that's
as,
fine, but
like,
don't
there's
say
some
he said
groups
something he hasn't
that
said.
are particularly known to be really problematic, and that I would put.
Can you
them in
link
a
the
certain
breaking point
category.
thing,
That's why I
Nix?
will not label, like, anyone who hates the state of Israel or hates the government or something as automatically pick me. But I will say that if you want Israel wiped off the map and you don't want other countries wiped off the map, like, you're not like an anarchist. Like, anarchists kind of get a pass. Let's be real, at least they're consistent. Okay? But, like, if you are okay with all the other neighboring countries being there, and you don't want, like, there to be like, and you're not okay with a Jew, right? That literally is pretty fucking required, at least in an environment where everyone else is in that kind of environment. Everyone else is in nation states. Then, I mean, it's pretty hard for me to say you're not. But, like, again, there's a lot of the Jews who got killed on October 7th were extremely critical of Israel, like, on the point of almost being anti-Israel. You might be like, oh, like, why are they living in Israel? It's like, these are what you would call conditional Zionists. What's her name? The leftist peace advocate that Veronica Silver, Vivian Silver? I think it's Vivian. Yeah, Vivian. So Vivian Silver called herself. She got killed by Hamas because, of course, Hamas was not asking people, oh, do you support Palestinians?
Ooh,
Right?
Jesus.
Do you want a Palestinian? Do you want a state where Palestinians are given all the same rights?
One of the bad things I do is I don't look
They were saying
at what's about to
Yehud,
be done
not
before I
Yehud.
ban.
That's how they were finding, and that means Jew. Jew or not Jew. And so it didn't matter that she considered herself a conditional Zionist, right? Which means that she only believed that the state of Israel, she would only support the state of Israel's existence if it wasn't destroying someone else's existence, right? So it's like, that is totally legitimate, right? They didn't stop at just Jews. They stopped at anyone who worked with Jews or helped protect Jews, any association, just like the Nazis. You know, the reason why they killed all the Thai workers is because they were working for Jews and kidnapped them. By the way, it's disgusting. I don't know why that's not talked about. Suddenly, leftists don't care about Asians anymore, even though a ton of them got kidnapped and killed. But yeah, JVP is such a
You can't link it? Hold on. You're in Kick? Let me see if I can
the
adjust my
type of-
settings.
Oh, actually, it's not. You know what? I take it back. It's not an example. It's not an example because JVP is not even actually Jewish.
Allow
you heard it here,
links.
folks. I'm actually planning on doing a proper video on this. I'll be doing a lot of investigations on them,
Kick chat.
and they are literally like majority membership, not Jewish.
Chat settings.
I'm telling you, look it up.
All right.
In my
You can
video,
send
I'll
links
source
now.
everything. They are majority not Jewish. It's great. How can you call an organization like? How can you call an organization a Jewish organization when the majority of its members are not Jewish? Is that not dishonest?
What are some other
Right?
words I need to ban? Oh my god, it's
Then on
adding
top
these
of
words
that,
to my fucking like
Their
drop
servers are
down.
based in Lebanon. Do you know how many Jews are in Lebanon, guys?
What other
Just 20,
slurs?
Okay, there are 20 entire Jews in Lebanon, which is a lot for a Middle Eastern country. You know, good for them. Okay, they're all old. None of them are hosting these servers. Okay, like that's not happening.
Don't type the slurs. I'm
based
talking
in
to
Lebanon.
myself. Thanks, Nix. I'll add it to the listen list. If you have a timestamp, please let me know.
Bro, I'm sorry y'all went off the rails after 10-7. I think I
Izul,
got on the right word.
don't be naughty.
You're entitled to your perspective. Oh, I don't even know who you're talking to be honest. I might misunderstand you. Okay. And then on Twitter,
Shaw, I don't know if you're listening, but you fucking have no idea what you're talking about.
JVP. If you don't know what I'm talking when I say JVP, it's Jewish Voice for Peace. But they are a fraud organization. Allegedly.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
You know what? To be honest, I'm not even worried if they'll sue me because I'll fucking win in court. But majority not Jewish membership. Their servers are based in Lebanon. And the guy who runs and tweets for their Twitter account is Muslim. Nothing wrong with Muslims. I love lots of Muslims. Okay. But probably shouldn't be running an organization that calls itself Jewish. Little weird. Little sketch. It's almost like you're trying to create a sham fraud organization in order to tokenize Jewish suffering and manipulate it for your political gains that lead to literal Jewish suffering, which is what JVP did when they participated in something called the MAP Project. Do you guys know what the MAP Project is? The right-wingers here, you probably don't even know about this. It's going to shock you.
Oh, you
What if I
post with
told you
timestamps?
that there
Okay,
was
thank
a
you.
leftist organization that supported
Ah, fucking shit, bitch, fuck.
mapping out every Jewish business in, I think it was New York, or was it the entire States? But in like an area, right? And putting it on a map and spreading it everywhere, just so everyone knew which ones were the Jews. Okay. Would you say that, are those Nazis? We should actually play a game. Nazis? Or leftists? I don't even want to say leftist. I feel bad because not all leftists are like this, but a lot of left allows this to happen.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm tempted. I don't know if I even want to say Palestinian, pro-Palestinian, because a lot of pro-Palestinians also agree that this is nasty. But this is pretty widely supported in general. Yeah, it was literally called the Mapping Project. So I'm telling you, the Nazi or leftist, okay, they were leftist organizations. And then actual Nazis, like right-wing alt-righters, okay, got the map and used it to launch attacks. And this is the reason why even extremely anti-Israel Jewish organizations were like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do the Mapping Project. shouldn't do the mapping project because, like, they might hate Israel, but they also, like, they don't want Jews killed, right? But
Yeah, if you could watch
Jews
on
don't care
YouTube, that'd be
because
great. Like, I'm
they're
trying to
not
get those
Jewish.
hours up. So if you're
um,
not worried about, I mean, I can,
so they supported the mapping project.
yeah, if you guys could just
Yeah.
open up the
Even
stream
if
in
you're
YouTube
extremely
in the
anti-Israel,
background,
JVP is not
that would be
the
a fucking
example
godsend.
that you want
I'll
to
I'll link it for you guys
if
after I
you're
get a
trying to
second.
be like, oh, even Jews hate Israel, okay? They're probably not your, they're not the ones for you, okay? Horseshoe theory is literally true when it comes to Israel. Oh yeah. And I think anyone here who's not Jewish should be. I mean, I don't mean a fearmonger, but I'm gonna fucking fearmonger, okay? But you should be a little scared because the ideology that is being used to justify our slaughter on October 7th and to justify tons of anti-Semitism and hate is an ideology that can be used against anyone.
Not worth. But I got my
Right?
boots.
Like it is, as if you can justify any amount of cruelty towards people you put in the category of oppressor, that means all men can get rounded up. Right? That means all descendants of colonizers, all white people in Canada can get rounded
Eris and I will talk sometime. Someone tweeted about it. She liked the tweet about us talking. I like the tweet about us talking. We'll talk sometime soon.
up. That's scary ass shit. So yeah, you should
Get
be
'em.
anxious about that. Jack formerly Hoff. Thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, they'll be like, oh, like they're talking about Zionists, not Jews. Okay. I'm gonna be very clear because this can get really clipped out of context. Not all Jews support political Zionism. Every Jew that practices Judaism is a Zionist.
That is not true.
So if you hear that clip without the first sentence, it's completely being dishonest. Right? The core of Zionism, in that having a connection to this, like the land of Israel, the core connection of that, right, and having a connection to Jerusalem, is a core part of Judaism. Whether or not that extends into modern political Zionism, whether that extends to supporting the current state of Israel or the way it was formed, that's totally debatable. There are tons of Jews that don't support the way it was formed. The Nare Karta, I forget how to pronounce their name. The ones that you always see, the religious Jews that you always see at Palestine protests, right, and Hamas, Holocaust denial shit, they're real Jews. But they're still Zionists. Just so you know. They're not political Zionists. And because it's a core
Guys,
part,
dragon,
and this is
dude,
a lot of
dragon.
people know, a core part of Judaism. And I hesitate to say this because I realized you could say that I was justifying, that I was justifying that, or increasing the likelihood that people are going to be violent to Jews now because they think all Jews are Zionists. No, I'm trying to do the exact opposite. I'm trying to demonstrate that this is exactly how they're going to do it, right? Because if you look at the statistics, like look it up right now, the majority of Jews have some kind of connection to the state of Israel. Literally even the anti-Zionist Jews that were with Rashida Tlaib, right? When they were saying their prayers in Hebrew that they probably don't understand, they were saying, Eretz Israel, which means the land of Israel. Like they were praying to the land of Israel in a speech against it. It's crazy. So I'm just saying that this is why, so how you use Zionism, right? That word is so meaningless to me because it has a gajillion meanings. But at its base, Zion just means Jerusalem, right? So
There are two types of Zionists. There are the Zionists who just believe that Israel has a right to exist, and there are Zionists who believe in the Zionist project, which is the expansion of Israel all throughout Mandate Palestine.
It's just Zionists. 99% of Jews will get rounded up. So the effect will be the exact same. Doesn't matter what term you use, right? It doesn't. They'll say, oh, we're only attacking a Jewish school because it's got an Israeli flag by it. Of course it has an Israeli flag because it's got connection to Israel. It doesn't mean it supports all the actions that Israel engages in.
You need the camera muted?
No, I'm not religious. I'm a completely secular.
1 second, guys.
Heirs to speak fluent Hebrew. It depends what you consider fluent.
Huh?
People are using
Yeah.
it as if to say Zionism means.
No, I'm gonna.
It means.
Are you
like,
retarded? Zionist has nothing
it
to do with
means- it's like the
expansionism, you
term
dumb fuck.
liberal,
Yeah,
okay?
that shows me you know fucking
You get a
nothing,
lot of
David.
fucking things.
And my understanding is you should
That's
actually
why,
know
like,
something about this.
When they say
Read a
the
fucking
term
book.
Zionist, they use it
Read a
as
Wikipedia
vague
page,
as possible.
motherfucker.
It's like. I want to.
I said there are 2 types. Did you miss that part, David?
Wiped off the face of the earth? And if so, do you want other countries wiped off? Do you want all the other nation states in the area wiped off, or just that one? Do you realize the consequences of wiping it off, even if you are ideologically against it? Like, I want to ask more questions. I don't want to just assume. But I wish they would extend the same thing to me. I wish they would extend the same thing to me.
Dr. Phil, tell me when that changed.
The majority of Zionists that I know,
Like, link me
who
something.
identify as Zionists, hate the idea of Palestinian separate. The majority of them don't ever want to target Palestinian civilians. The majority of them, like, think have a lot of issues with a lot of things the Israeli government does. But it doesn't matter. I think something that I learned on October 7th, and one of the reasons why I got so depressed, was that I think there's a trap that a lot of us Jews who are very critical of Israel accidentally fell into, and we probably didn't realize we were doing it, but it was probably like subconscious. I think we're trying to be good. You know, we didn't want to just believe in an ideology because we were raised in it. We didn't want to just hate a group of people because that's what was expected of us. Right? We wanted to overcome stereotypes and be our own people and do our own research. We wanted to think differently. And I think a lot of Jews felt that way, and I think this idea was...
It's the history of the project, dude. That's the steelman,
Maybe the
David.
reason
It's the
why,
history of the project, and the Likud and others still heavily subscribe to that.
And I think on October 7th, I realized why my ancestors thought the way they did. That's how I felt. And I don't know if other Jews think that way. But it's this idea that eventually people will still want you dead. Like, no matter how much you assimilate. Because the people that were killed were not right-wing settlers. Like, these were not people that are calling for greater Israel and removal of Palestinians, okay? That's not who was killed. They killed the people who were living in the south. Like people like Vivian Silver, who called themselves
Oh, you're gonna die, homie.
right? That they believed only in Zionism
job.
as long as it
Good
didn't
job.
hurt Palestinians. That had such close connections with people in Gaza that they would drive across the border to Gaza and drive people from Gaza to Israeli hospitals to get access to better medical care. That's what Vivian Silver and a lot of them did. So, like, they did everything that you could. One of the girls, if you guys ever saw the video of that girl who had blood around her crotch area, and had obviously been gang raped, and her Achilles heel sliced, so she couldn't run
There was
away,
no
she's
evidence
still
her
in
heel
hospital,
was
by the way.
sliced.
They're probably never going to release her.
Unless something new
I
was
don't think they're
released.
gonna
Look at the
release
picture. There's
the
no
whole-
evidence her heel was sliced.
That's my
It's
theory. I
bloody.
really hope I'm wrong.
Her body is bloody.
But
Like
Uh,
fucking call
that
the bad
girl
things bad things.
literally
People are like,
went to
why don't you
peace-
or do you
peace
spout
events.
misinformation? Why don't you
She
say
said-
this is bad
You
when
can
sorry
watch
bad
it on-
enough?
on
Like
YouTube, where she said, and I
I'll fucking
quote,
admit where like I say it's illegal to talk about this and
I
it's, well
wanted
technically
to
it's not
learn the
illegal, but
perspective,
the
of
prescription is still the
Palestinians,
same. These
right,
laws
and
shouldn't
to,
be on the books. I'll admit those wrongs.
and to see,
But like going
and
off
to
of
see
images
how
and
they
making
were
these like
That's
forensic
how she thought
analysis
about
off of it,
Palestinians. They killed the most empathetic, the basic, like, the most one could do as a Jewish person, the most righteous. Like, from a leftist perspective, the most righteous. And that was not enough. That didn't save them. So it's a reminder, and I think it's a reminder to all of us, no matter how, and honestly, anyone who's not Jewish too, no matter how
what do you want
righteous
the fucking
try to
question
be,
mark for,
no
dude?
matter how
It's not
much
gonna bring the
you
dragon back.
Try to be kind to everyone and call people by the things they want to be called and respect people's different histories and their ideologies and become like just no matter how much you try to do the things everyone tells you need to do to be a good human being in 2023, it will not be enough when it comes to terrorism.
David, I've never read a single thing about the
When it
Zionist
comes to
project
really
um,
dangerous ideology
that has shaped my view from a Finkelstein book. So
it's
try
not-
again.
It won't be enough to save you. It's almost as if utopian values are unachievable. Yes.
In fact,
I
the
was
only
actually
time I
listening
can
to a
recall
story.
Zionism being mentioned is when he talks about Goldstone, as far as like why
the-
Israel couldn't
one of the issues
discredit
with the
him.
Palestinian movement is that it hinges on the idea of justice. Right? Justice for what happened in 1948. And this is why they celebrate the this is why they follow what's the term I'm looking for, the English term? This is why they follow the term they have the Nakba on the day Israel was created, not on the day actual Palestinians got kicked out of their homes, not like the day that massacres happened, because the vast majority of massacres that happened in 1948 were against Palestinians. But they mourn. Thank you, mourn Zyrek. They mourn.
What's just Stalk doing?
They mourn 1948, like that specific day that Israel gets created, because it's about justice to them, to a lot of them, right? Not saying everyone, but the movement in general is consumed with this idea of justice. And I'm telling you that very few people in this world get justice. The Jews, and this is something that we Jews know very well. Like, we know very well, a lot of oppressed groups know very well. You don't get, it's very rare that you get justice for what happened. Jews have not received any financial compensation for all the lands they lost in when they were kicked out of the Arab countries in the 20th century. And tons of groups don't get a lot of justice, and even in situations where you get a little bit of justice, like some reparations from the Holocaust, the majority of Jews didn't even take it. They called it blood money because they didn't feel like that was justice. It's very rare that full justice ever gets had. But what can happen, Palestinians are never going to get justice for what happened in 1948. It's a losing game, right? And their pursuit of justice is going to lead them down a very, very dark path. Like, when you pursue justice to that level, you can justify some of the most horrific crimes against humanity. And that really scares me. Like, that scares me a lot. Yeah, justice is perfection, right? That's the concept of it. It's this, because it's intangible. What Palestinians could achieve is they can achieve their own state, right?
Can they?
They could get their own self-determination. They could live in peace for the future of their families. They could have better economic prospects in the future. Like, they can, like, these are all very realistic. They could not have to deal with checkpoints, and they could, like, these are things that could happen. And the Free Palestine movement needs to be focused on that, and not for justice. And because yeah, it is a losing game. We're reverting to pre-Socratic ethics, yeah. That would require Palestinian leaders actually build infrastructure and stop being corrupt. Yes. Oh my god, that is something that we'll have to get into it in another stream. Like, all the obstacles to peace. One of the reasons why I become such a doomer on the two-state solution, and I mean, the two-state solution is the only solution, just so you know. If the two-state solution doesn't happen, that just means that there's no solution, and this will just continue until one group just wipes the other out. Right? Which is how most conflicts get solved. And considering Israel has nukes, I mean, I have a theory on who would win. But you never know. Oh shit, I'm supposed to be on a panel. Wait, she doesn't support the force. Yeah, I'll hop in the panel soon. But, anyways. God, what? Yeah. So, but if there is going to be a solution, the only one is the two-state. That doesn't that's the only option. But there's so many obstacles in front of it. So many. Oh my God! And after October 7th, did you guys see the numbers? I was so depressed when I looked at when I looked at the stats of the polls that were done by a Palestinian group of Gazans. Have you guys seen that one? I forget what it's called. If someone could link it in chat. I was shocked by some of the results of the polls. Like, I don't know if any of you guys were shocked. I mean, probably right-wingers here are not going to be shocked, but I was. I'll be honest, I was shocked. What was shocking, there's this huge argument that
I felt was fair.
that
That's
if
probably
you
a
stop
fair ask.
oppressing Palestinians,
I had to remove
that,
him from a bunch of shit.
that's
He
how
used to
you'll
be my
reduce
follow
terrorism.
notification as well, so I switched that over to the one guy. It's too bad though. I feel like Dan was powering the stream. He was like a good luck charm. Now something terrible is gonna happen. I'm gonna get banned or something. Let's see here. See what's going on in the Discord. Jumped in. Nobody's jumping in yet. Alright. Well, we're basically just all waiting on Destiny, right? That's our purpose as a stream. We're just waiting for Destiny to come back. Stop ignoring us. I think he's got some stuff going on, it sounds like, so comes back, he should be good and ready to fight someone. You guys want to go over the Destiny Awards? Just restream Eris? I mean, realistically, like, I was popping off in DGG. This is very frustrating
So,
to me.
This is their leadership.
Do you really believe he's still going live? I mean, I think he could go live, but whatever.
Of course, these people
Shut up.
are they're no different biologically.
Oh, is XQC live? Well, XQC is far more entertaining than my stream, so I blame nobody who goes to watch the Juicer.
But when you're talking about a population that is under so much misinformation,
Could you elaborate more on what you mean by Nick Fuentes has a lot of insightful things to say about populism? When I listen to Nick Fuentes, I tend to have a very good feel for what works on groups, like as rhetoric, like I don't know how to explain it without sounding cringe. I feel like I can do that. I understand how people like hear narratives. That's my personal opinion. But when I hear Nick talk, he's hitting all of the right points to really like inflame people. So I heard him go on a rant maybe a couple months ago, and it had like all of these perfect elements to just really enrage someone. So he kind of went into like, oh, if you're like a college student in engineering right now, you getting tips on how to indoctrinate people. Are you getting tips on how to indoctrinate people? I mean, it's not really tips, and it's not really indoctrination, because with populism, like as much as the leader's important, you sort of, there's like a collective roadmap that gets built. But he just hit on a bunch of things that were like offshoring with a lot of white collar jobs. So he's like, oh, if you're a college kid right now, you're going like $100,000 in debt to get a comp sci degree, where you get out of college, and any job you could have gotten somebody in India with like 10 years experience is going to do for half of the money you would have.
My verification got denied, but such is life.
And he kept hitting like all like points like that. It's like, and how are you supposed to buy in as like a young person into that system? Was his general point. And I was like, oh, those are all like fairly valid points. With they're not totally like mapped onto reality perfectly, but they're mapped like somewhat onto reality. Is comp sci that fucked? It's not like turbo fucked. It's just like basically after the pandemic, with people wanting to work remote, there's no reason you can't. Well, there's not a lot of reason you can't hire remote in different markets, right? So if you hire remote in India,
or listen to Just Stalk until he pulls me in.
If they have like 10 years of experience and they are pretty smart, they will absolutely be able to compete in your job market, because their cost of living is like 30% of what your cost of living is. So like it is an issue, but obviously there are a lot of gains around having people in the same time zone and in the same location as well. So it's not just over if you go for those degrees, but if you want to work remote, I think there's a level of competition there that didn't exist before the pandemic. My teacher told me that BS. I got a coder degree, work from home, and make 100K. Lots of people do. But I think if you look at like a lot of, so if we go to, where would we we look? I think I was looking at Coinbase. I'm just trying not to. Coinbase jobs. Open positions. If we go look at their back-end engineering positions, Bangalore, India, 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 remote India. Front-end positions, India, infrastructure, Canada, USA, managers, India, 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 security, these will all be North America because they want people that they can speak to. So this is just one example. I'm sure I could find some other ones that just happens to be interesting. Coinbase is an extremely reputable name, and they paid extremely well before the pandemic. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think they're design rules. Yeah, these are all US. So just a lot of the engineering companies. And so what else would there be? You can look at like Linode. Linode careers. So this isn't like, and no matter what you do, if you're in a comp sci program and you're programming, if you are like a cut above, like if you are really tuned in and you're like doing work, you maybe do your own work outside of school, you'll be totally fine. You'll get a job, it won't be a problem. But I think there was a time where if you were like a middling student, a middling programmer, you kind of could get into like a really high paying job. I think that time's probably ended. Where like you probably just get like a fair wage. Whereas like 3 years ago, you probably could have gotten something ridiculous. Now do rockets, they only hire American coders. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of things that they specifically do that. But it's just like a lot of companies have been convinced that you can basically outsource completely to India. There's just going to be like major market corrections around that.
Ooh, nice.
Sorry, so anyway, that was his like rant. And as much as that might not map onto reality, you can still get jobs. The point is like, I specifically been laid off because they wanted to outsource my job to Mexico or India, like the two places, right? And when I heard that rant, I was like, oh, this would totally work on someone. This would absolutely like crush somebody who had just gotten laid off, I think. But I was familiar with Nick, so I'm like, yeah, I don't let him influence me so much. What's up? We got a bunch of people in here today.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, fuck. Lycan's here. Pretty good.
Oh,
man. It's, sorry, did I ask you? I said, yeah, you said not much. Okay, sorry. I fucking looked at aristocracy and got enraged again for a second.
What's upsetting you about that?
Oh, she's just like, she's super biased about this stuff. Oh, you can't hear Lycan.
Oh, no, I can hear you.
No, the chat can't hear you.
Oh.
You're good now.
Okay. Yeah, just a little bit, but I mean, I don't know. She's saying she's going to back off like certain language and stuff, so I think it'll be interesting to see what conversations come out of that. I think I'm probably going to end up talking to her at some point.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I said oh no when I saw you in my waiting room because I saw you message me earlier today. I had family coming over, so I had to do like a whole deep clean this morning.
Oh,
and
no, that
so,
was
yeah,
just giving you that for future.
Yeah. So I'll jump in that. But I was like, oh shit, if he comes to razz me about that, I have no excuse.
No razzing. Only razzing is the razzle dazzle I'm doing on the Rift, baby.
Yeah,
which is totally fucking sarcastic. It's not happening.
Yeah. I'm not a League player, so I never understand. I like opened your stream for a little bit earlier today and was watching it like a little bit, but I don't play League, so
I can't call myself a League player by any means. No. Very bad. I got promoted today, but it's like bronze 4 or whatever.
Yeah, I saw that. Promoted to bronze. It's a good one.
Promoted to little less dog shit.
I think David wants to come fight you, by the way.
I think he does. Speaking of David, before he comes in, do you ever are you familiar with David Duke?
Yep.
I vehemently see Nick Fuentes as the second coming of David Duke.
So that could be true. I wouldn't have been familiar with David Duke as like a media figure. Like I knew who he was once people started saying it, like talking about him as David Duke, the white supremacist. But I wouldn't have known him like, was he like fairly charismatic?
Very charismatic. One of those like learn to not be so explicit and to be very subversive with his approach. There's a great podcast called Slow Burn and one of their episodes is on David Duke and his rise to prominence and all that. Prominence I'm using with quotey fingers, but you know, the growth and the impact he had, and where he was actually resonating with people despite his extreme views, his known affiliation with the Ku Klux Klan, his Nazi-like views, etc. And if you listen to that podcast, the entire time you're thinking, fuck, this is Fuentes.
Oh, really? Yeah, it'd be an interesting comparison. Because it's not even like, I don't even necessarily think Nick is like that subversive anymore, or at least he's like a different kind of subversive. I don't know how much David Duke would like purposely lean into the racism. Did he do that like very often?
It depends on where and when, but I mean, yeah, in many ways he would. And then it was like when he was in front of the right audience, like the mask would slip off, and he'd say the more extreme things.
Okay,
but like
with Nick, I feel like that's a big part of it now, where it's like he is subversive, but in like different ways. Like he's not really he'll tell people on like big podcasts and stuff. He'll tell them that he is not anti-Semitic or something. But in front of his audience, he doesn't really hide anything. Like he's not actually and I mean, he knows he's getting recorded, right?
Yep.
So he doesn't really try to hide the anti-Semitism anymore. It's more like the populist stuff that he's subversive with, in my opinion. And like a lot of his rhetoric around, like especially the way he engages with Destiny, like that's subversive now. But he sort of wears the anti-Semitism openly, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's like well, it's the more comfortable you feel doing that shit, the more you're going to do it. But yeah, it's I'm trying to think of a good example of something that that Duke used to do or does. I don't know what Duke's up to these days, but like the way that Nick will say, "I'm not a racist. I'm just I'm a Christian nationalist" or something like that, right? Like that kind of subversive language Duke started to adopt as he got more savvy. And then there were a lot of times like Duke did a debate with who were the two big black civil rights leaders that maintained prominence. One was a senator, I think, or a congressman. What is it? Jesse, help me out, brother.
Yeah, Jesse Jackson, maybe?
There's Jesse Jackson, and who's the other one?
Are you thinking
Al
Al
Sharpton? Yeah.
would be the other one?
Yeah, so I think Jesse Jackson ended up doing an interview with him, or a debate with him. And it was one of those things where like the guy gets on and does he say some crazy shit? Yeah, but does he get a platform and his message get out there, and did it have an increase in his like his audience and prominence? Absolutely. And so it just, the parallels are numerous and many, which is superfluous.
Yeah, that's interesting. I bookmarked that Slow Burn podcast. Maybe have to check it out at some point.
For sure. Yeah, let me know what you think.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna move David in, and I'm gonna move Kelly in really quickly.
Sounds good.
We'll just keep chatting. I'm guessing you're good to have like some combos going on in the background of stream, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Kelly, David, the Lion of Zion is here to decapitate Lycan.
Yeah.
Apparently.
David or David?
Oh, that's it. David.
I think it's David.
Interesting.
David, what's your primary contention with Lycan and his general rhetoric?
Generally, I think that he just gives way too much charitability to Hamas. I think that poor leader Ismail Haniyeh is completely running out of sperm, and if he doesn't stop glazing, he's going to like collapse.
Is Ismail Haniyeh the current leader of Hamas?
Yes, and I know you mostly glaze the old leaders of Hamas, not the current ones.
Glaze
The
is
ones
a pretty
the ones
inaccurate
that were
term.
gonna go convert to peacefulness and prosperity.
Well, give me an explicit like contention of something I've said.
Um,
And if you try to source me, I can't do that. I'm in the league game.
no,
But-
I actually can't source either. I'm too fucking dyslexic to look up sources at the moment. But what I would say is mostly your I forget your claim. I think it's the 2014 period where you claim that Hamas is all of a sudden changed their ways and wants to become
So to
they
be
want to accept a two-state solution and become peaceful with Israel.
so to be clear, like it's not that there was a complete changing of ways, is there was a significant shift. But go ahead.
What I'd say is, I would ask you this: did they say that give up their claim that they're going to destroy Israel when they said that they would be willing to possibly accept a two-state resolution?
When you say give up their claim, do you mean did they modify their charter, or did they stop making explicit claims about that?
Both.
The charter didn't get modified until 3 years later, 2017. But they had been moving away from acknowledging, like pointing to the charter. They had stopped doing that in any significant capacity, like just a few years after it was created in the early 90s. So as far as that and their rhetoric, yeah, I think their rhetoric had absolutely started to take a major tone shift.
I am gonna have to use source.
So I would just ask, like, I've heard that when they modified the charter, it wasn't a true modification, but it was just that they appended some stuff, and they didn't necessarily like edit out the old quoting of the Hadith about Jews, specifically like the extermination of Jews.
I have to read the new charter, so I read a paper on the old charter, and like it was a guy from Oxford and some other dude who did like a political analysis of the charter where Hamas is actually used and not used the charter. And I'll find the paper after I get out of this game once we're done crushing these fuckers' skulls. But the gist I took away from the paper was that the charter is a little more complex than just that religious quote. Also, there's somewhere, and I cannot. So I'm going to say this is just something I heard because I cannot find the fucking book that it came from. But there was something to the effect of like the original author of the charter wasn't like Hamas leadership overall. It was, some like really hyper religious dude, and he threw that in. But what I do know is, and like they didn't even like authorize him. He fucking released it without their authorization. So again, I say that all admitting I'm not, I don't have a source to quote on that. And
you're saying basically it slipped.
Not that it slipped, but more just like my criticism is like, what the fuck did you guys let? If you guys don't adhere to that, why would you ever let that be public? Like, why would you not rescind it immediately? Maybe it was a sign of weakness. I don't know. I'm not defending that part. But what I am saying is that
they do adhere to it, not a sign of weakness. Maybe they actually do adhere to that exact ideology.
They could.
That exact phrase.
But then the something that's contradictory in the charter is that it says that Jews, all Abrahamic religions, can live peacefully together, and they're not talking about Islamic caliphate like ISIS talks about. They're talking about I think in the land of Palestine in the charter, and then there are.
Yeah, they're probably talking about like the Ottoman rule or the apartheid. Like they'll allow some Jews to stay over. Obviously, not the Ashkenazi Jews. Only the Sephardic Jews that they can trace back. Like that's if I'm giving them the absolute most charity. That they would allow some Jews to stay, and they would give them like Ottoman Empire type of apartheid, where they had to pay extra taxes and had different. They had their jizya and whatnot.
It could be, but I will simply say that the overall takeaway I had from that is that more of the Hamas leadership and their actions and words for the majority of the existence of that organization since the 90s. Oh, sorry, I'm about to get fucking fucked. 1 second.
Based.
Fuck.
Have fun.
The majority of references to the charter and just the overall political tone, or I'm sorry, the overall tone of their speeches since then were more towards the I guess the political aspects of the charter rather than the like religious fundamentalist interpretations. But
I'm sure you've seen the video of the Hamas leader that says you should go up to the Jews of the world and like stab them and cut their throat.
I have not.
Throughout the world.
Is this a recent video?
No, this is pretty old. This would be like
80s, 90s?
In the 10s or the 2000s.
Okay. Well, like I said, like just on an account of Hamas statements, like the document I read is like an academic study of it, of the charter and of the organization. So it's saying that the majority of those references were not to the extreme aspects of the charter.
Is this like another one of those studies where it's like a Palestinian guerrilla?
No, it's like an Oxford professor.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I think what David would want to ask next is basically, given that October 7th has happened, and that seems like, by action, pretty genocidal, pretty lacking any empathy for Jews and wanting to exterminate them, right, with the level of atrocity, would you say that you believe that they've, like, pulled back on that? Or do you think that, like, privately they still very clearly...
Oh, no,
do
I
that
think,
right
I
off?
mean,
If you had to guess.
I acknowledge my ignorance of the current organization. I'd say, though, that probably since, you know, if we're thinking 2014 is the end of my significant understanding of anything around this conflict, I'd say that there's a good chance with the continuation of the blockade and, you know, Israeli treatment of people in Gaza and the West Bank and the continued expansion of settlements, I'd absolutely believe that they're way more extreme now.
That they're now more extreme. That like before they didn't want to like.
I never
kill all
said
the
that.
Jews?
Hold on.
That they...
You said
So
now.
it sounds, David, like he's saying they were quite extreme. They tried to moderate, and then when... I guess, like, and you can tell me if this is wrong, but it sounds like your argument is when they tried to moderate and that failed to gain them anything, they went back towards the path of extremism.
Yeah.
They'd seen some actual gains.
Yep, exactly.
So could you give me like the timeline of when Hamas was like extreme, then was a peaceful group, and then
I've
became
never
extreme
said
again?
they were a peaceful group. Like, I don't know why you, Lonerbox, and others keep taking that away. And it sounds like, if I'm going to be real honest, it sounds like the takeaway is like the moment I say, hey, Hamas was upholding the ceasefire, or Hamas had agreed to this and that the takeaway suddenly becomes the most extreme version of that. Like, oh, they were just peaceniks looking for love, and it was the evil Israelis that fucking ruined it. So I never make any claims like that. So if I can rephrase for a more accurate representation of my view, it's that there were times where Hamas was a more moderated group, and had taken an understanding. Like there's I think it was 2010. I have a source in a document. I can get it to you right away. Hamas, Mossad leadership, like the head of Mossad, I think it was, or a senior officer, came out and said, like, we know, not we believe, we know that Hamas understands that, you know, as they become more legitimized over time, that they understand they are going to have to change their tune, and they cannot be the fundamentalist group that they've been. So, I mean, even the Israeli leadership and the branch responsible for doing the like deep analysis of this group and protecting Israel is making those acknowledgments. I don't think what I'm saying is too out of pocket.
Sounds pretty out of pocket to me. The idea that because Israelis, what was your claim? Who said this exactly?
It was either a Mossad, the head of Mossad, or a senior Mossad officer.
So a senior Mossad officer says that Hamas might have to change their tune and become
Not might have to,
less radical.
that they are aware that they will have to change it as they become more legitimized.
Yeah, well, do you see any indication that they're changing their tune?
I did over that time period that I'm referencing, yeah. Now, I have no idea. Probably not.
Okay.
See, here's
So
the thing.
what
My
was
biggest
your time
contention.
period?
Hold on.
What
My
was-
biggest contention with all of this is that
What was your time period? Just so that I can understand better, a better grasp of when we're talking about here.
for me, my biggest knowledge revolves around 2005 to 2014.
2005 to 2014.
So my biggest contention is that I'm coming. My biggest contention is that I think not like that. My biggest contention is that there was this period that I'm aware of where a lot of things could have gone differently, where Palestine could have become a state, where peace could have continued, and it was not able to do so, and significantly because of the actions of Israel in a lot of those cases. And so the contention I have is that people are pointing to now, which is awful, and I think it's important to understand, like, with whatever action Israel is going to take, the bloodshed and terror of 10/7, you know, if we learned anything from the Iraq War, that doesn't give carte blanche to take any action and to be completely closed off to any peaceful solution, especially when we are still at the core dealing with the issue of statehood and whether or not, you know, Palestinians are going to have some autonomy and some ability to self-govern at some point. So all I'm doing is pointing to, this has been bad. the current military action is reminiscent of previous military action, which has been absolutely abhorrent when it comes to human rights violations and international law and just human decency. And so all I want people to do is acknowledge, like, yeah, this is fucked up, and we need to be very careful about what we hold water for when it comes to Israeli action. And that's it. And I think that's a pretty reasonable position.
So, in 2010, the Hamas leader Mohammed al-Zahar said that we have liberated Gaza, but we have recognized Israel. Have we given up our lands occupied in 1948? We demand the liberation of the West Bank and the establishment of a state in the West Bank and Gaza, with Jerusalem as its capital, but without recognizing Israel. This is the key. Without recognizing the Israeli enemy on a single inch of land, our plan for this stage is to liberate any inch of Palestinian land and to establish a state on it. Our ultimate plan is to have Palestine in its entire entity. I say this loud and clear so that nobody will accuse me of employing political tactics. We will not recognize the Israeli enemy.
Yeah, that's why it made the thing in 2014 where Fatah and Hamas formed a unity government. That's what made it so significant, is that for the first time, Hamas wasn't like, yeah, fuck that. They were like, okay, yeah, we'll acknowledge that.
Did you just say 2005 to 12?
What's that?
Or am I missing it? Did you say 2005 to 2012 or 2005 to 2014?
2005 to 2014.
Okay, let's go through some more. Let's look at the 2014 time period.
Shit. Sorry, my mic was muted. David, really quickly, just 2010 Mohammed al-Zahar, what was his role in Hamas?
I would have to look into that.
I thought you said it when you quoted him just now.
It just said Hamas leader, I think.
Oh, yeah, sure, Hamas leader.
Okay, so hold on.
Like a Hamas leader, not the Hamas leader.
I don't know.
I can look it up.
Yeah, because I think Mashal was the leader at the time. So, but to now that I'm out of the game, 2009, Mossad head Ephraim Levi, I don't know how you say that, says Hamas leadership is ready and willing to see the establishment of a Palestinian state in the temporary borders of 1967, and that the Hamas leadership know they will have to adopt a path that isn't in line with their original ideological goals. In 2014, joint Hamas-Fatah government, known as the Palestinian Unity Government, agreed to recognize Israel and condemn terrorism. Hamas didn't oppose the Palestinian President Abbas agreeing to the negotiated conditions of recognizing Israel, renunciation of violence, recognition of past agreements, and Netanyahu loses his fucking mind over it. U.S. said, "Hey, we're gonna take the wait and see approach. This is a new turn from Hamas. We'll see what happens." And then we have Brother's Keeper and Protective Edge that comes after. And then, Netanyahu kind of puts his finger in the United States' face and says, "Never doubt me again." When they helped foment everything that happened around there. But that's Gish Galloping at this point. I'll let you take it from where you wanted to go, David.
Okay, so we've already established that by 2011 that they haven't changed their ways whatsoever, and they only have intentions.
Hold on, sorry, I want to push back on that. Haven't changed their ways whatsoever. In 2008, Israel planned a year ahead of time for Operation Cast Lead. Israel then on November 4th violates the ceasefire and does an illegal raid into Gaza, blowing up some tunnels and killing 6 to 8 Palestinian fighters. And then
I still don't know what this has to do with them changing their ways. They still say
because they were maintaining the ceasefire. Because they were maintaining the ceasefire. That's important, is it not? They still want to destroy Israel. That was my claim. I don't know what Cast Lead has to do anything with that. Because they were changing their ways in the fact that they were not going forth and just doing rocket attacks and unnecessary shit. They were adhering to the ceasefire. And then in 2012,
their ways isn't that they shoot rockets. Their ways is that the fact that they believe that Jews are the source of all problems and that they want the eradication of Israel.
Do you not think that peace with Israel, some steps towards peace with Israel, is a sign of change? Or do you think every single time they've ever done that, it's just been a ploy to lure Israel into being very docile and then attack them?
Of peacefulness. Yeah, probably. That would probably be my
Well, we'd be able to find that
as long
out
as
if
your
there was
ide-
any
As long as your
opportunity.
core ideology, is the destruction of all Jewish people and the destruction of the state of Israel, no, I'm not going to believe
So
you.
if you're going to go to the charter every
If you
time,
decide,
if you're going to go to the charter
Yeah.
every time and
if
ignore,
they changed their charter and they showed that, and they made huge speeches and and did all sorts of things, yes, then I maybe might start believing.
if you're
them.
going to
No,
go to
I'm
the
not gonna
charter
believe-
every time, then why can I not go to the words of every politician that has been in power in the Israeli government and the actions they've taken against the Palestinians and say, hey, they want to wipe them off the face of this earth. They do not want them in Gaza. They do not want them in the West Bank. They want to continue the expansion until the idea of Palestine is nothing but a memory. Like, if you're going to continue to point to the charter, then I'm going to point to all of that. And you cannot be consistent and say, well, that doesn't count or that doesn't matter. Well, there's opposition. When, I mean, look at the turning of the tides. Half of Gaza is now evacuated. Israel is taking occupation. They are going to annex it.
If the Declaration of Independence had it in that all the Palestinian state must be destroyed, then yeah, I would say that you actually have a fair shot. If you're just going to quote,
Oh, so only
like,
only the
a
top official
opposition party
document
that
is
says
it. That's it. We don't
What?
care about what the leadership said, because you'll also cite the leadership. You just did it.
No,
You
no,
just
no,
said
no,
a
no.
Hamas
If-
leader said this. So can I
if
not
there
cite
was
the
a
leadership?
if there was a continuous pattern with every single leadership saying that they want nothing but to destroy the Palestinian people and to cleanse them from every inch of the
To varying
of the
degrees,
Palestinian
yes.
territory.
Fucking,
To
what's his
varying
name?
degrees,
Sharon?
everyone-
Yeah,
okay.
Sharon. 2005, the pullout was for two reasons. One, they didn't want to enfranchise a significant portion of Arab Palestinians, because then they would get a voting rights, and then they would change the makeup of Israel to a significant degree. And two, they didn't want to. They wanted to freeze. They wanted to take international pressure off them. They wanted to freeze the political process, and they wanted to ensure that once again Palestine doesn't get a chance at statehood. These are explicit. I will go find all the quotes if you think I'm lying. So how many times does leadership have to do
by the
that
way,
shit?
That still didn't become equal to what I just said of just trying to destroy the Palestinian people.
What do
and
you think
destroy
this blockade
everyone
has
in it.
been? Do you know the impacts of this blockade? What do you think the blockade has been? It was explicitly, C.P. Livni said, after Cast Lead, after the Mavi Marmite, C.P. Livni has explicitly said there's a dual purpose goal for this. One is security, but two is political.
First of all, who said this?
C.P. Livni, the
Who's C.P.
former foreign minister for Israel.
Okay, so a foreign minister. Got it. Okay, made what claim?
That this is a dual purpose goal, security and political, to delegitimize Hamas and to damage Hamas. And in doing so, they are damaging the people of Gaza. They want to hurt Gaza and punish
So
them.
the
This has been said
actual-
explicitly.
So was that the actual explicit goal from the policy goal from the state of Israel, or is this from the person you selected that you decided to clip chimp?
No, clip chimp, please. No, this has been stated multiple times by multiple people. Do I need to run it all down for you?
What was the stated goal from the people who were implementing it at the time?
It is security,
Okay,
and it
there
is
we go.
political.
So this is on the blockade, right, Lycan? When
Yes,
they first implemented the
correct.
blockade?
Now, I don't know what the stated goal was in 2005 when they first implemented the blockade, but I know that in 2006, the goal changed and the blockade tightened. And then we have all the years after.
Yeah.
So if we want to go by the
Wh-
1
why-
year,
Why do you think the blockade tightened?
I know why the blockade tightened. They tightened it because Hamas took over.
Okay, and why do you think that they tightened it because Hamas took over?
They say for security, but they also wanted to punish the Palestinians for electing Hamas. They wanted to delegitimize Hamas. They wanted to strangle the government of Hamas so there could be no success. In 2008, in the lead up to Cast Lead, they even explicitly said the ceasefire is making Hamas more legitimate and we need to change that. They planned Cast Lead a year ahead of time. They said that
You have proof of them planning to cast that a year ahead of time.
Absolutely, I do. Give me 1 second.
And by the way, why is undermining Hamas a bad thing for Israel to do?
Because it came at the cost of the Palestinian people. It undermined their right to self-determination, which is protected under international law.
Interesting.
Sorry, real quick, because I'll get lost and everything. What was the claim I'm backing up right now?
I don't know. You made a bunch of claims.
that they were quoted as saying one that they planned Castlet ahead of time, and that it was for a political, that the tightening of the blockade was both dual purpose for security and political purposes.
Okay.
As in to delegitimize Hamas.
Just
and
because
your argument was to harm the Palestinians.
Got it. All right. Can you give me 2 seconds? Well, it's going to take about 2 minutes for me to get both of these sources. So the first one is that dual purpose goals, and the other is the pre-planning of Cast-Led. Okay. Give me a second, because if you throw more shit at me, I will lose my place.
Gotcha.
David, if you look at the chat, I threw a graph in there that it's the 2008 ceasefire after the 2008 or before the 2008-2009 war. I'm not sure if it's before or after. It's the chat for the call we're in.
I don't think I have perms for that.
Yeah, you absolutely should be able to see it if you're in here, I think.
No? Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah, you should be able to mouse over like the channel and open the chat. You can't?
No, I'm clicking at top right to try to click it. It just goes empty.
Wait. Why is this not? Oh.
Just like
hold
limit
on.
in general. Since it's like a locked channel, you can't look at like messages
Go
in there.
see if you can do it now. I just switched some perms.
Still not. Just throw it in React links or something.
I will, but just I want this to work, so check it again. It's not super important. It just goes to support that Hamas leading up to Cast-Led was trying to control the violence. Like they were making some effort. But if it's not showing up, I'll just put it in the other thing. Why is this being so fucking annoying? What's that? I threw it in general.
And just I might have my things mixed up, but is Cast-Led when the Israeli soldier gets kidnapped?
No. Cast-Led is 2008 to 2009.
Okay. So which is that 14? That's the kidnapped Israeli?
14 is the 3 Israeli boys, but the first operation that was Brother's Keeper, and then they moved into Protective Edge.
Oh.
When's the guy who got traded for like 100? When did he get captured?
1,000.
Yeah, he was. Well, it was before 2012 that he got returned. I can't remember when.
I think this was when Gilad Shalit was kidnapped, if I'm not wrong. Right before Cast-Led.
Well, so I think what happened was, I was gonna say, captured in 2006.
Was he? Let's see. Yep. October 2011.
Sorry, I have. This is one of the ones I do not have in my fucking, whatever that Node app is.
Obsidian?
Yeah.
Warnings that Israel will not attack. On 27th of December, after exhausting other alternatives and issuing warnings that Israel would attack if the rocket and mortar assault from Gaza did not stop, the IDF launched a military operation against Hamas and other terrorist organizations in the Gaza Strip. I just don't have a lot of info on Cast-Led. Trying to read up. Man, I did not want to get caught up in a fucking cast-led debate.
Why precisely not?
Just because I don't have like these wars. I'm not a. I don't have like direct like rundown of like the how the wars went down, so I'm not gonna be able to like refute points that should be pretty easy to refute if I just know the details.
All right. We don't have to get too bogged down in this. It's just you. So Lycan's looking up sources for you. So you wanted to know if Cast Lead was planned a year ahead of time, and you also wanted to see the quote. I think that it was dual purpose. But if you want to move on and just like accept some of these things, like hypothetically,
No.
we could also just move on.
Well, no,
I
I
feel
at
like
the
it-
very least I want to
with-
provide these two, because if I don't, like the last time I didn't provide the first two I was asked for on a debate, that shit was hounding me for fucking days. So I do want to provide those.
Yeah, sure. I would say, David, just so like I think this is probably, if you were going to make Lycan's argument, I think this is where it's strongest, is like the ceasefire pre-Cast Lead and the lead up to Cast Lead. I think this is probably the worst Israel looks in terms of how they approach the conflict. But like that's from what I've looked at. But I still don't think you necessarily like can't argue that like a lot of their decisions were justified. Like obviously I think your point in general is that Hamas is like an evil organization, and negotiating with them on any front is probably not going to work.
Bad
so
idea.
Yeah. what's we going here?
I guess I might as well read up on what I can while he's looking for his thing.
Is it the Turkle report?
So, David, I guess we could just keep talking about this. Like, if you saw that, if you saw evidence that, like, hey, they were planning Cast Lead before, like, during this ceasefire, let's say they were planning Cast Lead, and maybe there are quotes that say, like, they had no real intention of honoring the ceasefire or continue to negotiate with Hamas, how would that change your mind? Or
That,
would it
like-
change your mind at all?
I don't think that would really change my mind much. It's just a claim that I feel like sounds a little wacky. But it, like even if that's the case, that they were planning an operation on to break the ceasefire in order to destroy some Hamas capabilities, like I don't think that would be the end of the world. Or I don't think that would necessarily be bad.
All right.
Interesting.
Let me see here real quick.
So, what's the point of this conversation then? Where are we going with it?
Sorry, it's boring for you, but we were talking
We're
about
having
serious
an
matters.
Israel-Palestine debate again, Kelly. So, but I figured you probably
Yeah,
are
where
just
is
fine
it
to make
going?
sarcastic comments once in a while. It's all good.
What's our aim for this?
I think David wants to prove that Lycan's very biased towards Hamas is his goal, and
He has
Lycan
high
probably just wants to
charity
prove that
beliefs.
he's following the facts.
Oh, interesting. Can you not be like biased towards the idea of not more people being blown up and not necessarily give two shits about Hamas either way?
What? What was
I
your
mean,
think
it's
so.
not like Lycan's fucking going around flying a flag for Hamas, is it?
Depends who you ask.
Well, some people do think he is. So.
Oh, it's just a bit stupid, isn't it?
And it also seems to be that like every time there's like a possibility of Hamas like not doing something, or if like there's an interpretation that can be made about like why Hamas didn't really mean that, he'll jump to that one. Like with the that's what it felt like with the charter, when he was like, well, it's kind of a contradiction because they said that they would be willing to live with Jews after saying that the rocks and trees will say there's a Jew behind me, come kill him. Like stuff like that, when you make like suggestions like that about how that's like a real contradiction that should lead you to believe that maybe they don't mean what they're saying, just seems like actually retarded.
Yeah. So, like, do you want to maybe like I
How
think
much
we should grab those
realistically
sources.
do they have to like live with each other in quotations if like Israelis aren't like the settlers are removed? Like, how much is that really living together?
What do you mean, living together?
Okay,
Well, then,
I found one.
not. You don't have to care if the Palestinians are like would quite happily kill you if you're just not around them in the first place. I don't know.
Well, I think the problem is you're pretty close to them no matter what, and there's only one
Really?
nice juicy wall between you and then there's obviously in the West Bank and Jerusalem being West and East Jerusalem, and Jews being on both sides of that, and even Palestinians and Arab Israelis being on both sides of that.
Yeah.
So
I
we've
don't
got
know.
the
That's
one
what I
source here,
would
like,
say
just
as
hold on, chill.
defined
I
as like
just need to talk to
living
Lycan.
together.
Lycan, I swear. Okay, Lycan, we don't need the other source right now. We can find it after, and like I can update people. But David's already basically said that this doesn't really change his position, so we're looking at source of claim
Okay.
that's
Well,
holding the
I
conversation
found
up,
the
but it's not.
I found the Turkle report source for and this is the Israeli report. But if you're saying the one we haven't sourced yet is the one about the political nature, right?
Yeah, we can find that quote, or I can even find it
I've
while
got
you
it.
guys are arguing about some stuff.
Where do I post it?
Just throw it in.
General?
Here's what I'll do. I'll just make a.
I can do general if you want.
Yeah,
Just
just
calling me a retard is not an argument. All right.
just gonna make like a debate links channel,
You have
and
to
you can throw
you
your
have to
stuff
say
in there.
speaker region.
Okay. Debate links. Got it. So it's this, and then the paragraph is, I believe, paragraph page 56 through, it's page 56 through 58. But if you just want to like get to the fucking the meat and potato paragraph, it's the very top of page 58.
This is the Turkle report.
Yep.
And this is going to support your claim. Oh shit, I gotta fucking download this. Okay.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying, and it's in like 3 parts too.
Okay. So this is going to support your claim that the IDF.
I can read it for you, David, if you want right now. It's the dual purpose, as in it's got a political purpose, and it's not just about security. This is
Okay.
So similarly, in a
What
document
page is
dated
it?
August 3rd, 20. Sorry, what did you
Wait.
say, David?
What page is it so I can just like read along after?
58 at the bottom. It's the bottom paragraph that starts on page 58.
Yep.
So it's
Okay. You can read it.
similarly, in a document dated August 3rd, 2010, Major General Amos Gilad, the head of the Political, Military, and Policy Affairs Bureau at the Ministry of Defense, gave details of the security and political reasons that led to imposing the naval blockade on the Gaza Strip. The document contains 2 considerations. One, which is mentioned as the main consideration, is to prevent any military strengthening of the Hamas. It says the Hamas. The other, which is mentioned alongside the security consideration, is to isolate and weaken Hamas. In this context, Major General Gilad stated that the significance of opening a maritime route to the Gaza Strip was that Hamas's status would be strengthened significantly from economic and political viewpoints. He further stated that opening a maritime route to the Gaza Strip, particularly while it was under Hamas control, rather than within the framework of a political agreement between Israel and the Palestinians, would be tantamount to a very significant achievement for Hamas and the path of resistance in the internal arena, at the expense of Abu Mazen, that's Mohammed Abbas.
Yep. Mahmoud.
At the expense of Abu Mazen's government and the path of agreements. So they basically are arguing that allowing Hamas to economically prosper from a naval trade route will weaken the PA's ability to negotiate with them, will weaken the PA, and will strengthen Hamas, which is a no-no for them.
Yeah.
It would
So,
therefore appear that even though the
just from
purpose of
there-
the naval blockade
wait.
was fundamentally a security one, in
Okay.
response to military needs, its imposition was also regarded by the decision makers as legitimate within the concept of Israel's comprehensive dual strategy against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Okay.
So
ahead.
just from that, it already seems to be pointing out that no matter what, the main purpose was for security and to stop the Hamas from acquiring weapons and other things. And they said there's also a bonus secondary objective that it helps with in not allowing Hamas to gain political victories in return for violence, and instead leads to making it more favorable to do actual negotiations and peace talks with Israel.
First of all, it's not just about violence. It's also about legitimacy as an operating body for the government. So
That's what the second part was.
Right. So them doing that and them operating as a government, which would be beneficial to the people of Gaza, is not beneficial to Israel because then it makes them seem more legitimate. And
Because they're a violent terrorist organization.
it doesn't matter. Self-determination, baby. United States went in and said, hey, you should hold this election. Palestine said, all right, we'll go ahead and do this. They hold the election. The U.S. backs it, confirms it, ensures it's secure. And then when the wrong people get voted in, we go ahead and start doing a change of power. No, sir. We don't get to do that. And especially we don't get to do that at the cost of Palestinians. And this is, I mean,
you're still obviously purposely like, well, I'm not going to say purposely. No bad faith allegations. You're still like overlooking the fact that they already, even this person says the main focus is to stop the Hamas from gathering weapons and accumulating strength to defeat Israel or destroy Israel.
right. But so
And
there are a few,
weapons aimed. There would be a secondary purpose that it could also help with, which if you already have justifications for a blockade based on the first one, then the second reasoning that it could also help with wouldn't matter because you would already have legal justification for such a blockade.
No, because, okay, so two things. One, they're acknowledging that was one of their decision points. They didn't acknowledge it as like it happens to also do this, which is good. They acknowledged it as this is serving two purposes for us. And
so that's not true. Just so you know, it says the document contains two considerations. One, which is mentioned as the main consideration, is to prevent any military strengthening of Hamas. So the main consideration, it is highlighted as the primary consideration.
Right, but they still consider the other one as another reason to do this.
Sure, but David's argument isn't that they didn't see that as a benefit. David's argument is that the primary reason, and realistically like a reason enough to do it on its own, which I don't know that the document supports that, but his contention was that the reason for doing it was security, and that the other benefits, while they are there and they are strategic considerations, they're not the primary purpose, and they don't matter anywhere near as much.
So
And if the first one would be enough to legally or to morally justify the blockade, then the second one wouldn't matter, even if whether or not that was a consideration. That just wouldn't matter anymore because the main one would be.
For a different debate, it would matter because there are 5 conditions under which all had to be true. And this is where Destiny and I didn't get to when it came to the Mavi Marmara debate, because this Turkle report is from the Mavi Marmara incident. For the UN's report to hold up to scrutiny, 5 things would have to be true. And I can get the list of them if I need to. It'll take me 2 seconds. But one of them was that political goal could not be an aspect of Israel's policy towards the blockade. Now, if any of those 5 were wrong under the UN thing, the thing is illegal. But with regards to the political aspect, them acknowledging that it might not be their primary, but that this is also a consideration for them, makes the blockade illegal. And then we can go down that argument line. But even if I were to concede to you and say, for argument's sake, sure, their primary goal is security, then we go down the line of to what degree can we do damage to 2.3, nowadays 2.3, back then 1.4, I think it was, 1.4 million people. In order to, like, what's the security goal, right? Like, how, I think it's 55% of people of kids, I think it is. So I'm going to say, I don't have the source on this on hand, but I believe what I read was it was 55% of kids in northern Gaza or in Gaza altogether have PTSD from attacks from the IDF. So people will bring up like the terror of the rockets, right? And then, God, I don't know how to fucking structure these arguments in a way that isn't just rambling a ton of different points. But so just help moderate here, okay? So you have a significant skew in how many civilians have died in Gaza versus how many civilians have died in Israel. You have people will argue, well, yes, but there's the terror of the rockets and people have PTSD. And it's like, well, yes, and there's the terror of the IDF and people in Gaza have PTSD. Well, how many people have died from the rockets? 44. How many people have died from IDF attacks? Thousands. How many have been displaced? Millions.
By the way, I'm a big intent Andy, so I'm really not gonna like care for any like this. They were more successful in their outcome.
Right, but do you think that the people of Gaza should suffer for Hamas?
Should they? No, it would be better if they didn't. But like, are they going to have to? That's the way it works.
Do you think that
You can't,
Israel
like,
has been
you
so
can't
measured?
blockade just Hamas. What?
Do you think Israel has been measured in their actions towards Hamas with regard to the Palestinian people?
I think they haven't done enough. I think they should have wiped Hamas out in
No.
2007.
Sure. Okay. So we'll go with that then. You don't think they've done enough. Well, right now, they've killed 12,000 people. Most of those are going to end up being civilians. Let's say that...
We don't know that for sure, but I would believe that that's possible.
Okay. So let's say 9,000 to 3,000, right? 3,000 Hamas. Well, if there are 30,000 Hamas, the number keeps fucking changing. I don't know what the updated stat is. But
It's 30,000 militants.
Okay, so let's say
so Hamas has a bunch of other people, right?
Right.
It's 30,000 militants in is it Al-Qassam?
Yeah, I think that's the main one, right?
For Hamas.
So let's say there are 30,000 Hamas fighters, right? Those are the ones we really need that Israel wants to eradicate right now. If at the cost of 9,000,
By the way, you don't have to kill every single member of Hamas to destroy Hamas.
True, but I will argue that you're never going to destroy Hamas. If we've learned anything from ISIS, Al Qaeda, the Taliban, they either go back into their hidey hole and reform, or they change names and resurface 10, 20, 30 years later, right?
I'm never gonna say that you're just going to destroy Hamas. You can't just do that. You have to destroy Hamas and then implement a system where you start negotiating with the more peaceful side of the Palestinians. And then I would also advocate you would have to do some sort of occupation, and that hopefully it shouldn't be under Israel.
I'm definitely interested in that conversation. I think that would be a much more interesting conversation than this one, just because people get really hung up on a lot of things with this conversation. My side does, your side does, but I just want to make the point real quick. You say they haven't done enough. 9,000 to 3,000. Would you take if it wiped out? I think when I was talking to this IDF dude Rafi the other day, he said that
that's so big.
He said that he would take because I made this point. I'm like, if they wanted to wipe out every single member of Hamas, at this rate, if it continues this way, would you take 90,000 people dying to wipe out the 30,000 fighters? And he said yes, but then he also said something that I agree with, which is you'll never get to that point, right? You'll get to a certain number of fighters dying, and then you'll be, and then they'll retreat and the war will end and all that shit, or for now anyway. But then he said, regardless, I would still take 45,000 people, 45,000 civilians dying to get Hamas out of there. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, probably.
See, I vehemently disagree
if that was
with
the
that.
cost.
I'd say that is an inhumane way to fight this war, and it's not a practical way to fight this war. When you're fighting an insurgency, the best way to fight an insurgency is to put the people on your side. And so, if you want to move to that conversation,
by the way, I'm only saying if this had to happen, if the only way Hamas.
Okay, if you're saying it's the only way,
thing to be, there is no way Hamas doesn't leave.
He's saying hypothetically, if it was the only way, not that it is the only way.
Okay, so if it was the only way, I still would say, if your goal is to create peace in this region, I'd say there are other avenues. But what I'd argue is that it isn't the only way, and that's the path. At some point the West is going to step in and say the count has got too high and you guys cannot proceed. That's going to happen before we get to that 40,000 number, right? I think we probably all agree on that.
Let's hope not.
The body count will get too untenable. But when you're fighting this kind of insurgency, and this isn't tenable for the right-wing government that's in power right now, but the way you fight an insurgency like this would be to give Palestine a state, to put them on the national stage, make them a country, lift the blockade. You had dozens of people dying a year before the blockade to various attacks. And not a huge amount. Hold on, let me just for accuracy's sake, Wikipedia, Hamas suicide attacks. List of Palestinian suicide attacks. So we'll just go to the year, like look at a couple of the years before the bombing, right? Or not the bombing, the what do you call it? So
October 7th, you mean?
no, before the blockade is what I meant. Sorry.
Oh, before the okay, yeah.
So like
the second intifada.
yeah. So right before that, there were in 2005. It was I'm just gonna like round numbers, but you can see my screen if you want. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 25 people in 2005. Yeah, that's dead. 2004, 15, 20, 30, 46. 46 plus 34 is what? 90. 80. 83.
By the way, I'm just saying I'm not gonna be like a numbers guy. Like intent, like I've said, intent is way more important to me than numbers.
But my follow question is: so if we have like 100 a year dying, right, to suicide attacks, do you think the prevention of those hundreds a year, that 100 people a year, I'll say just every year up to that, it was 100 a year, right? Do you think that 100 a year is worth what has been done to the Palestinian people? Do you think that safety has been worth it?
What has been done to them? First of all, you're loading a lot because I wouldn't attribute everything that's done to them just for security. I would say that there's been like implemented bad policies and other things. So like that's loading a lot. You would have to tell me like what things I think is worth.
So the blockade is what I'm explicitly talking about. The blockade, which prevented...
I would 100% justify the blockade in order to prevent like a group, like a group that I would equate as like an absolute atrocious evil from getting their way in committing as much of like a Jewish genocide as they're able to do. So like whatever I could do to make them able to do it less, I would implement so long as it's practical.
So how many, then give me a cap on the number then. Like 1.4, you say that's fine? Would you say if it was 100 million, would you say that's fine?
Like there's a number, but I don't know if I would be able to make it so clear cut.
Okay. So I see
if one group was like, I'm going to factor into this, which I don't think Israel should, but I'm going to factor into this somewhat the support of that group for doing that goal, as in how much you should do that affects that population as well. Like I would say you would take even more steps in preventing but this is just my arguments. This isn't like the Israeli arguments. I don't know why I'm making it, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm interested in your thoughts, but I mean, at the same time, like, you know, my thoughts aren't necessarily reflective of like U.S. policy or even Palestinian policy. So
yeah,
my argument is this.
Repeat your question. My bad.
Yeah, no worries. My thought is this: like, if you had the U.S. being attacked by cartels in Mexico, right? I would not support. I think Tijuana has 2.1 million people. I would not support the annexation of Tijuana and putting them under the same conditions that that Gaza has been put under with their blockade for the last 17 years. I think they're inhuman. I think they're a human rights violation. The United Nations and other human rights groups have ruled the same.
If that was like the accepted group of that place and like they were voted in, they became like the de facto military, I would support such a blockade on them.
And
I would say I would.
Just real quick, David, they were voted in with a what would you call it, a plurality? So they didn't get like a majority of the popular vote.
I know. I wouldn't put the voting in part. That the voting in part was like the least important. I shouldn't have said that part.
Well, okay. What about
them just being the de facto like ruling party of that?
But
place.
How are they supposed to? I'm just curious how you think they're supposed to be like overthrown.
Well, I'm not saying that that they are able to overthrow them, but well, first of all, I don't know. Maybe they can't overthrow, but I would say that eventually through like weakness of Hamas, through like the blockades, if they were a little bit more successful, I wish they were, but Hamas obviously still has means of getting weapons. At some point, hopefully you could have some sort of insurgency against them. That'd be like a hopium, but you know, that's just thoughts.
So, I put it at this. I look at it the same way we look at like when we have the military target debate. If you have and we'll put it in an Israeli hospital, so it becomes a little harder to just say, well, drop a JDAM on it. If you have a Israeli hospital with like 2,000 people in it, right? You have a sniper that is, like a sniper team, like a spotter and a sniper. And Israeli IDF forces are closing around it, and they need to get rid of that sniper threat. It's preventing them from advancing, right? In any significant way. They have to take into account the people in that building and whether or not how badly they need to advance to whatever position they're trying to get to, and all the methods available to them. At the end of the day, that sniper does want to kill every single person in the Israeli army, right? But we'd all agree that sniper isn't going to be able to do it, right? The entire Israeli army could just surge that building, and he wouldn't
First
be.
of all, it wouldn't just be you would assume they would want to kill every single Jew, not just every Israeli or
Sure.
every.
No, well, that's where
Israeli
we're going to
soldier.
get. That's where
It changes the mathematics.
we're going to get there. So in that situation, it doesn't matter that 2-person sniper team wants to take out every single person in the IDF. They're not going to be able to do it, and we know that. And so the actions taken need to consider that. And I view the same situation between Gaza and Israel. I view it the same, right? Between Hamas as a whole and Israel. Hamas may, if I give you every little bit and say, you know what? Yes, all they want to do is genocide the Jews. That is it. That is all they want to do. I still think that when you decide to take actions that are going to affect the people of Gaza, you have to take into account how likely it is that they could actually do any of that.
I think that you have to obviously take that into account, but you would still, in general, there would be a minimum, like an absolute minimum you would have to do about a group that does want to do this and has the capability. Because first of all, I would say that it's not important that they're not able to successfully do it to everyone. The point is they are successfully able to do that they are going to continuously do that to as many people as they can successfully do it, and they will over and over slip, and they will only get stronger and be able to commit acts like this.
The reason that 10/7 was so significant is because nothing like that had ever happened before. As far as the gravity, the significance, the horror, Hamas had never been able to actually enact an attack like that. It was first of its kind as far as this war goes, especially over the last 20 years. So that is why that hits so hard, especially for the Israeli people. Like, they've never been, victimized to that degree.
That's exactly. That's what makes them feel much more justified than ever before, that Hamas needs to be eradicated now, like not allowed to no more mowing the lawn. The mowing the lawn thing doesn't work. It needs to be eradicated.
Right, but in
because they were able to get so successful this time, what's to say that next time Iran doesn't send better weapons, that they don't stack up even more despite there being a blockade? It's not, the blockade and mowing the lawn isn't enough. There needs to be a complete erasure of the group of Hamas.
Right, but the blockade and mowing the lawn has contributed to the prevalence of Hamas and the continued support for Hamas. Would you disagree?
But I mean, to some extent, but I would say that it doesn't really matter all that much, because there was already a severe radicalization of Palestinian groups, even though even the PLO would at points in time would be pretty close to equivalent to Hamas at periods of history, in terms of their ideals. They would have slightly different rationalizations and etc. But I would say that the radicalization is at a critical mass, and it really doesn't. There at some point you have to say, I don't give a fuck about how many people are radicalized. At this point, the current government needs to go, and then you need to implement something in order to maintain the peace and to try to restart the process of what's going on.
So really quickly, David, I just want to ask, do you have an example off the top of your head, or anybody in chat, if you have an example of some army, some military force defeating an urban insurgency like this through force without just genociding the group?
Wouldn't that be the ISIS recently? I don't know a lot of the details, but from what I've heard,
no, that we didn't genocide people to defeat ISIS.
I think we didn't genocide. That was his question.
Was that your question?
We didn't have to genocide.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'd argue. I don't know how. So I don't know ISIS's tactics. Were they using were they operating specifically within the urban population? Were they
it
using
wasn't
them to
like
carry out attacks?
as it wasn't as like as urban as like Gaza, but from what I know, it was a pretty urban area that they had to take out Hamas.
Yeah.
I mean ISIS from.
So there was. So the way ISIS was defeated is the way that I'm describing that ISIS should be, or that Hamas should be tangled with, which is you find a way to turn the people to your side. It can't be a Hamas goes first and then we start to care about the people. You have to care about the people, turn them to your side. That's how we defeated ISIS.
Or and there is an or you just kill as many people that need to go, right? There is another option. You can just like straight up say, okay, I don't care about the civilian population anymore.
Well, you can, and that's what Israel is doing. And my argument is that that's immoral.
I don't think Israel's quite doing that yet, but I think there are a lot of people, and I think David's falling into this trap where, like, their arguments, I think, lead to excusing that more or less.
What I want to know is if Israel cares so much about peace, why was 10% of its population not living in its goddamn country?
What?
Oh, we talk about the settlers like it's like a few people. It's just a bit weird.
No one said there were a few people.
Are 10%
how is that
of
peaceful?
Israelis actually settlers that are in illegal like settlements?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
The West, being in the West Bank, and even being in like East Jerusalem, even though it was annexed by Israel, with the international law would say that
it's not very peaceful, is it?
That is a little aggressive. I didn't know that.
Israelis maybe need to put their hands up and be like, okay, maybe we didn't do the best at being peaceful.
What if I told you that 20% of Palestinians lived on Israeli land?
Like illegally?
Like legally, because the UN made it legal.
What are you talking about when you say Israeli land?
Like Israel proper.
When you say Israeli proper, do you mean within the Israeli borders, or do you mean within Gaza and the West Bank?
Israel proper is like is basically like usually citing like basically going by what the UN would consider legal. I honestly I don't buy the arguments that Israel shouldn't be able to keep the territories it won in its defensive wars unless specifically given something to give them back. I don't
even think most Israelis like the settlers. Why are you defending this?
I'm not saying that I like the settlers. I'm not saying I like their actions, but that I defend them being able to move into those areas.
What about the Palestinians that have been displaced?
I believe the Palestinian was displaced and generally wanted to live in peace in like Israel proper, that they should be able to move in. I think there should be some sort of limit to like keep some sort of the like Jewish protection of like the whole ideal of the Jewish state of being able to like protect the Jewish people. But like if Palestinians
if you want to protect your people,
sure.
Why would you have them living in such like questionably dangerous areas in the first place? Seems like pretty stupid.
Because there was because every other place on earth kicked them out, and this was like then the other places they had no.
What about the rest
Jews?
of Israel?
The Jews?
No, I'm talking about settlers, mate. What are you talking about?
I don't know what
Do we have any other like Zionists in chat? I feel like I'm trying to moderate, and I'm trying to
they kicked
maybe
out the
move to
Jews 8
David's
years
side,
ago, and now we're like looping. It's like we've been.
Can I get a
years.
Zionist? We get some Zionists that can come and support David's
where's
side.
Toronto's? Where's that boy Toronto?
I don't think Toronto's is gonna.
Yeah, I know.
No, Toronto's, not Corontos.
Oh, Toronto's.
It's the base version.
That's the Canadian.
Sorry, you're getting dogpiled, David. I'm thinking about how I want to switch to your side here, but it does feel bad because I generally feel not quite on your side. But I mean, I'll go. I'll start switching over.
Okay, so I just like I'm having to debate like if the West Bank is protecting like the Jews. We're talking about two different arguments. The idea of Israel as a place to like where Jews have a military and are able to like protect themselves from a potential another Holocaust would be like an ideal of creating the state of Israel. And then like the West Bank is the justification for being able to hold on to that territory, being that if you're defeated, if a
if you're in a defensive war and a country tries to defeat you, I don't see anything morally wrong with annexing or occupying a piece of that territory until that country negotiates peace in return for giving it back.
Who's gonna want to negotiate under those circumstances, though, mate?
Especially when
Yeah,
the
well, that's the point. You have to force their hand on the table. If someone tries
Sounds like
to,
there's a lot of forcing going on here. That's not very peaceful, is it?
yeah, after the country invades you and they lose, you don't want to just be like, it's okay, bro. It's all chill. Have the land back that you just lost.
Literally, the reason why
Try
you
again,
have Israel
try
in the
again
first
next
place
time.
is because we gave you up land and we won, alright? So I don't know what this is, well, oh, we can't give up land because we won it. We do that all the time! That's why it's in the first place.
You,
Dumbass.
what? What does 1948 have anything to do with like a defensive war where you win land and
This
then
idea that you can never concede because for some reason that's brain deadedly bad is just silly.
So historically, every time that Israel has conceded without
I
without
don't
something
care
given in return,
if you're
they've
going to say
gotten more terrorism.
historically we conceded and
Every
therefore X, Y, or Z
Every time.
came. That doesn't make what you do okay, does it? It's just, I would be a lot more sympathetic to Israel if they were as peaceful as we are pretending that you are when you speak. But they're not really, and I understand where that level of aggression would come from, but understanding it doesn't make a lot of it alright, right? So you can understand.
I think that's
how
where
things
my
happen.
arguments in David's favor would come from. It's just like, hey, you know what? The world isn't fair, and I'm sorry that you guys got fucked, but basically we fought our life or death wars and we won. So get fucked. Like, you lost. And now that the Palestinians and the wider like Arab world has lost, you continue to engage in total war against us, then if you continue to engage in total war against Israel, we will engage in total war against you, no matter how weak you are. If your only goal is to exterminate us, then we will exterminate you first.
to
And
be
we'll do
fair,
it in a
they're
way
not
that,
engaged in total war.
well, no. But, well,
If.
I think Hamas is engaged in total war, and you could say something along the lines of, and I think this was something that we don't do anymore, but this was very popular back in, probably pre-1500, is like, hey, if you're going to support that group, we will just wipe out everything. So basically, you can bring us, 30,000 heads on spikes with the militants from that group, or we can just end this entire project, and we'll just have Greater Israel.
Right, and that's
Okay, well, I'm not going that far.
but
well, I'm saying that is the other side of the argument, and I'm just asking what the argument against that is. Is it just that we don't do that anymore? We're more civilized than that
I
now?
mean, yeah. So I mean, a few things. One, the law of conquest was made illegal after World War II.
Hey, don't cite the UN. UN is cringe.
The UN is not cringe.
Moral arguments.
The UN, the moral argument is that we do not, modern countries, especially those aligned with the West, especially those aligned with Western values that the West holds up in high regard or that provides support to, whether it comes with those international bodies that you're talking about that make decisions, or when it comes to actual, actions, words, deeds, whatever. When we support those countries, we expect them to act in a moral way, and one of which is not to take land from others that isn't there by force. The occupation of Gaza is legal. It's still technically occupied, even though they redeployed troops to the perimeter instead of within it in 2005. The blockade is illegal. Using force, so what they're doing against Gazans, those mowing the lawn actions, are illegal. And Gazans, they do not have a right to use force, but Gazans, the tough pill to swallow, I say it again and again, tough pill to swallow, is that Gazans have a right to resist. They do have a right to fight. They are under an illegal occupation. So everyone's saying,
Fight
well,
here.
they
Wait,
have
what right do they have? What right do they have to resist, and to who?
they have a right to resist the IDF under international law. They are under an illegal occupation.
But all of
Okay.
their tactics, do not target the IDF directly.
True,
right?
and
The
those are
rocket
war
attacks
crimes.
Are indiscriminate, and
Yep.
they're
And-
but all of their operations are war crimes. Literally all of them.
No,
Like,
if they go
literally
in,
don't attack the IDF essentially.
if they go in, like the IDF's excuse for bombing in 2008 when they broke the ceasefire was that the tunnels may have been used to capture soldiers in the future. If they had done that, that would be illegal under what you're saying right now, right? That would have been fine because they're targeting the IDF, correct?
Yeah, I have an argument. I want to actually switch over just because I want to argue against the illegality. So you're saying that the U.S. doesn't support countries that violate international law essentially, but I think that's broadly not true. The U.S. supports. They've
No, when it
supported
comes to
Iran in their denuclearization. They've supported Saudi Arabia multiple times despite human rights violations. Why is Israel unique in that we shouldn't support Israel given their human rights violations?
Because they have a significantly longer history of more egregious violations, and they're one that we don't just tout as like we're not just supporting them in spite of their actions because, you know, they're diametrically opposed to us, or on the world stage they continue to be somewhat of an enemy or an adversary in action or in word. And when it comes to Israel, this is a country that we hold up as one of our greatest allies, where our politicians are putting them on the platform saying we acknowledge Israel's right to exist, Israel's right to defend itself, and not taking a moment to think of what does its right to defend itself mean? What are they defending themselves against, and how are they defending themselves?
But that sounds like a problem with American politicians and not Israel's policy.
Sure, but you said make a moral argument, not justify the misdeeds of our politicians.
I didn't say make a moral argument. I said we were talking about, I wanted to challenge that it was illegal, and that was why we wouldn't support it. Because I'd say, yeah, the U.S. supports obviously Saudi Arabia quite significantly, and that Germany, despite
wait, hold on, stop,
Russia's...
hold on. I didn't say, sorry, Saucy, you slut. I didn't say Israel has worse human rights violations than Saudi Arabia. What I'm saying is that
they were more persistent.
More persistent with regards to a nation that we actually deal with. Is that better clarification? Like a nation that we actually have, deeper moral and social ties to. Is that better? Not holding water for the actions of Saudi Arabia. What I'm saying is that when it comes to what moral standard are we going to hold nations to, when it comes to deciding which nations we're going to be a little more forgiving of, Israel is one that we shouldn't be. The closeness to us and where we hold them in regard is something that should make us hold them to a higher standard. Not a higher standard than we would hold any other nation, but if the fucking basic minimum standard is respect of human life and adherence to international law, yes, at that point, it's like, okay, I don't really expect Saudi fucking Arabia or Iran to do that all the time, but damn it if I expect Israel to not be as egregious as they are.
I have a question for you, Lycan. If this was the United States and Gaza was at the United States door with Hamas, what do you think the United States would do?
I mean, so we were at a point in the argument where I was going to say this. I think that Israel, with the Mossad being the highly regarded intelligence organization that it is, with the military being the top 20 in the world, something like that, they have actions they can take that.
Are you gonna say special ops and that like they send in 20 Zohans and just like?
No, when I said
all of Hamas?
No, I'm not even talking about taking out Hamas. I'm talking about defending their borders. Israel does have a right to defend itself, but when I say Israel has a right to defend itself, I don't mean it has a right to suddenly mow the grass. It doesn't have the right to foment conflict.
No, not mow the grass. Exterminate Hamas.
I'm saying that they have a right to defend their borders.
Oh, you're actually more so than I thought. Jesus Christ. You don't even think they have the right to take out Hamas?
I have no problem if they could take out Hamas. I'm a realist, and I understand they cannot take out Hamas. And I don't believe that their attempts to do so should come at the cost of Palestinian lives. It's a very, very explicitly clear distinction between...
Do you think that the attempts to take out the Nazis should be done despite the cost to...
we got to the fucking Nazis again.
It always has to go back to it. The Nazis were a bigger existential threat to the world than Hamas will ever be.
Yeah, I know that they're an existential threat, and I'm not even saying that. But what I would say is, close enough in my mind, is the ideologies between the two that are similar enough.
Genocidal intent. No. So I think we might have to have a conversation around intent versus outcomes, because that seems to be what we keep coming back to. That's our stumbling block, where Lycan's arguing that, like, hey, I don't really care. Like, you could have Giga Hitler who can kill like one person, and that doesn't justify, right, that, but he wants to kill all Jews, but he can kill like one Jew a year. That doesn't justify genociding Gaza, right? I think David, you obviously agree with that hyperbolic example, right?
Yeah, but I'd say there's a point where I would much more quickly get to the point where I would justify taking out that group. Like it would be. There is
Lycan saying that like
there is obviously a like weighting of how likely they are to be able to do that, and I would increase their rating by the fact that other Arabic nations and could come help Hamas carry out their genocide against
And I'll make the argument that I
Jewish
made to Stephen the first time him and I talked about this, which is, do you think
the
the
US would
United
come in,
States or any of their
I
Israel's 84 other allies in this world, do you not think that they would prevent that from happening? Because if we don't think that's true, then what the fuck have we been doing? Just paying lip service, and it's all been a big bluff, and we're just going to let them die and get wiped off the face of the earth?
Yes,
Carrier
that's the
strike
same
groups
thing with
in the
Ukraine.
Mediterranean.
I would say the same thing with Ukraine. Like, they'd say like, "Oh, guys, don't worry. If something happens, we'll defend you. We'll just send you a couple more weapons. We'll just send you a
Ukraine
couple
is
more."
totally different.
Significantly.
Obviously.
I think if Ukraine was going to be completely run over, I think the United States would let it happen. They would just send weapons. I don't think they would put a troop on the ground.
Oh, sure. That's why I'm saying
I would say
Ukraine
the same
is
with Israel.
significantly different.
I would actually think the same with Israel. I think they'll put all sorts of
Why?
lip service.
The U.S. has
I think-
constantly said that they're like the military interest in the region, like the geopolitical interest in the region. That's like literally why Israel is there and why they support them. Is they want a base of operations in the Middle East.
I think they have enough people. I think they have enough bases and places to
Where?
work out from. Like
Where?
they have cooperation between Egypt, Saudi Arabia. I don't know, obviously not on the same level, but they do have a lot of cooperation between Arabic states at this point. I think they would. I think that at some point they just wouldn't deal with getting into a war with a bunch of Arabic nations if
But
it was
what-
if Israel was already on the chopping block.
Okay,
I
but
think
you
instead-
realize in a
I
lot of
think
those
that
Arabic
Israel would send out
nations, like
nukes before
specifically
the
with
United States would
Afghanistan,
put-
David, with those Arab
Yeah.
nations, they hate America as much as they hate Israel. Like the general populace.
I would say that there's like a 30% chance that America puts boots on the ground before Israel sends out nukes.
I want to try to cook you over this right now. We
I
got.
think the nukes would come out from Israel before the United States would put boots on the ground, like in a serious fashion, unless they knew that for sure that
They don't need to
Israel
put
was
boots
safe.
on the ground, though, right? They have 2 carrier strike groups in the Eastern Mediterranean. Anything that comes over the border from southern Lebanon could be turned to dust instantly. They don't have.
Okay.
They have like one
That part I would
anti-aircraft.
agree with.
I think they have like one mobile SAM. I think they have like one anti-air weapon or something that they got from, what is it called, Wagner or something in Lebanon. Like, what is that going to do against? They're like 200 F-35s or something sitting in the Mediterranean on those 2 carriers. There's like an insane number of F-35s sitting there. But anyway, I want to
possible.
shift from this because this this is a good argument for you, David. We should just shift back to Lycan keeps getting away from the illegality and me pointing out that, hey, it seems like the U.S. is the person who is the problem, right?
Oh, the U.S.
So
is
UN in
a
general,
huge
the
problem
way-
when it comes to like
I know, but I'm
holding
just
water
saying,
for it.
the way the UN and most countries obey shit to do with the UN and how they handle supporting countries that violate UN charters and UN laws, the way they handle it is completely different from how everyone wants Israel to be handled. So Germany struck all kinds of deals with Russia for gas, right? For energy, for their own, and Russia never stopped committing war crimes. Russia never stopped being shits. So why is it only Israel's support that should be contingent on following the UN?
Because we get well, it shouldn't be.
Why is it like so much more important?
Because the number of people being affected by this is quite significant and has been long running. And so when you have 2.3 million people under this blockade, when you have 2.3 million people that have not been able to have any self-determination for decades, that have not been able to, actually have a government that is able to run, have not been able to build ties with other nations, have not been able to have any sort of economic standing for, again, decades.
Sorry, are you saying they haven't been able to, or that they haven't attempted to? Because
No,
I
they
think
haven't
those
been
are
able
both-
to. I'm saying explicitly the blockade has prevented this from happening.
Sure. So the West Bank then has ties with other nations?
My knowledge on the West Bank is not as good as my knowledge on Gaza.
Because as far as I know, like the West Bank is also still extremely impoverished. Not quite where Gaza is, but it's still like extremely impoverished. There's maybe a
But
little
I
more
think
of
that
it-
comes
there's
down
a
to the
bit more
apartheid
work
state,
permits.
right?
I mean, why? Why couldn't they have ties to go work in the surrounding countries from the West Bank?
Again, my knowledge on the West Bank, you can stump me there because I have no idea. I don't know much about the West Bank.
I actually don't know either. I'm asking. So if you don't know, then I don't know.
If I were to guess, I'd assume that other surrounding countries. Hold on, let me pull up a map because I need to see map.
Like I just feel like probably they could work with Jordan, right? They should be living at least at Jordan's like living standards in the West Bank, I would imagine.
Let's see. Israel, where's the West Bank? West Bank is
And,
bordering.
I don't know how much they collaborate with a lot of the nations around them.
Yo, that's crazy. I
What's
what do
that?
you? I have a question. What do you think the life expectancy is in Gaza?
It's higher than people think. It's like 65, 75.
No,
77, I think.
77. Do you know what the guess the life expectancy of Jordan?
No idea.
77.
75.
And
Yeah.
Israel is
Guess the-
higher than most
guess
developed
the life
countries. What's your
expectancy-
point?
And guess the life expectancy of Egypt.
You know, these are like, if we're
And
gonna do
Israel
the.
is abnormally high. We just
Hold on
over
one
that.
second. Just I'm gonna
And
send you
guess
something.
the life, and the
Okay.
life expectancy of like Lebanon would be like 77.8. There seems to be like this idea that it's like a wasteland of
It's
death
almost
and
like
destruction.
life expectancy stats that were written a couple years ago aren't going to take into account the last 10,000 people that were just killed, is it?
Yeah, I'm not talking about.
Genius.
I'm talking about the blockade. So actually, your argument has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. That the blockade hasn't like significantly killed off the Gaza life expectancy, and I wonder what the life expectancy is in the West Bank. So I wouldn't say this is like a death machine to try to like kill off all the Palestinians, as some would try to claim.
Those aren't. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
I'll answer that here. Just all.
There's
So
also
those aren't.
quality of life.
those-
Like life
yeah.
expectancy doesn't
Yeah,
completely
no shit,
take
it's
into
not going to be the
account,
same
right?
quality of life under a blockade.
Right, but the point is that those
So you're
points.
alive but miserable. Good job.
So those points are not, what's the word? Those are not indicative of whether or not the people of Gaza are under brutal circumstances, whether or not their society has been, destroyed before our eyes, whether or not the quality of life, the health of these people, the material circumstances, as some might say, are good by any measure. Just because they have had population growth from 1.4 to 2.3 million throughout the blockade, and just because their life expectancy is where it's at.
Yeah, but you
So,
would life expectancy would be impacted by like dramatic like food
No, they've had enough.
Problem.
They have
I
had
don't
enough
think-
calories to survive, but they don't have good nutritional variance.
I don't
That's
think food insecurity is like, I think you can still live a long time, but there's, I believe, when we looked into the lunch voucher program with regards to, sorry, frog in my throat. When we looked into the lunch voucher program, there seems to be a lot of evidence that early development, if you don't get the right amount of calories and nutrients, you actually lose like IQ points essentially. Like you lose, you actually like suffer quite significantly from it, and so you would still be able to live like a regular life. You would still grow up, but like you actually have like major issues. You're
don't
not
you like
reaching your
die
potential,
earlier from
essentially.
like malnutrition for your entire life?
No, you would not die from malnutrition. There's a difference between like deathly malnutrition and it harming your organs versus
I'm not
it,
saying like dying
allowing
from
you
not
to
from
develop
I'm not talking about like dying from starving to death, but like dying from
yeah, just
not.
complications from malnutrition. But I'm saying
Yeah.
that the barrier for malnutrition is not close to the barrier for like death or even like threatening your life expectancy. So like you can have harmful effects from malnutrition that don't affect your overall like life expectancy, but might affect you in ways of like you're not quite reaching your potential in terms of like growth, bone and muscle development, mental development, that kind of thing.
It's such a comment of someone that's never lived in this level of hardship ever in their life. Ah, you lived to 70. You're all right. Cheer up, mate.
Okay.
I'd have to look into exactly like where those lines are essentially.
Whatever. All
overall,
you people
that's-
spurging at me, if the fucking Jews turned off your internet for a week, you would be anti-Semitic by then, alright? You shut up as well. Fuck off.
Wait, what? The Jews turned off your internet for a week?
Yeah, everyone would hate the Jews then. We'd all be anti-Semitic Nazis.
She's joking about how soft we are, David. That like if you lost your internet, you'd turn into a Nazi if the Jews took it away.
Maybe the Jews
Alright.
did take it away though.
So I think I got is Brickwall. Are you a Zionist? If I move you in here,
I'm not
He's a-
anti-Semitic, you clowns.
No,
Rick
Rick
Wallace-
Wall is one that
She's
has
had
had
Jewish
issues with
friends.
me in chat, though. I don't know if he's a Zionist, but
Hey,
Well, I would imagine.
am I sounding okay?
Yeah, you sound good
No.
to me.
But good enough.
It's called a fucking joke, you clown.
Can we circle back to like?
Oh shit! You just got really quiet. Is he quiet for everyone else as well?
yeah.
Oh, is this better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can we circle back to why Lycan feels like Israel doesn't deserve to have a state? Or
I've never said
why-
that.
Oh, no! Wait, didn't you? My bad. Then I might be misremembering. Was it wrong that Israel started their independence war in '48?
Oh, yeah.
True.
You gotta
I-
watch moving
I
your
have
mic
arguments
back
for
from
this.
your face because you do get quiet. We heard Independence War in '48,
Mhm.
but you
But
moved
I-
back from your mic or something. You got quiet.
Was it wrong
Was
for
the
Israel to do it?
was the war in 48 wrong? Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit more? Just
Yeah.
talk around it.
Yeah. So my belief is that in the creation of Israel, that land was originally going to be given by Britain to the people of Palestine. And so, wait, I'm sorry. I have to say this explicitly before I go into any of this, is that I do not believe we can roll back to 48. So
Yeah.
I'm not arguing
course.
that at all.
But if you could do that, would you? If you had the button.
If I could do it my answer to this, you cannot say no to. If I could do it in a way where it would be one state and I don't give a fuck if it's called Israel. If it's one state where every person in that region from river to the sea is under, and I said that jokingly, is under one state, and there is peace and prosperity and there's no animosity and everyone has equal rights and all that jazz, of course, why wouldn't I? That would solve the problem.
You don't have that
immediately.
button. You only have the ethnic cleanse button.
Well, then
To
obviously I'm
keep
not
the
going
ethnic
to
cleanse.
push the ethnic cleanse button.
It's an ethical one. No one dies.
What?
They
What?
just all get moved. Like in Gaza.
No,
in-
no,
in
wait, hold on.
2008.
If
It's an ethical ethnic cleansing.
cleansing.
if you're saying like the button is like the U.S. and the rest of Europe take in all the refugees and they all live happy lives and the people of Palestine got their nation like they were promised from Britain, if that's the button, that's not an ethnic cleanse button.
That would be ethnic cleansing if you removed all of the they
Technically,
don't
it
have a
would
choice.
be,
They all get
but-
they all are
No,
moved.
I'm not going to push the button that
You just don't
boots
go-
people from the land. No.
Okay. So I don't know why you wouldn't think that would be ethnic cleansing just because
Well, because
they
I
all get
didn't.
moved.
I was just trying to understand exactly how this button functioned before I pushed it.
I would totally push that button, by the way, like 100%.
Would you fault me for pushing the button the other way?
Yes.
No, I would also push that button the other way if I could.
If you had to pick, you get two buttons and you got to pick one or the other. Which one gets pushed?
The meme.
Jews get pushed out.
To where
Cringe.
Well, the like outcome was that they would be happy, so I don't really care where they're going if
though?
they're
Yeah,
happy.
yeah, that's the yeah.
Okay. So
I would hope that they get land to form a
Right.
nation, though.
This is
Like I
fucking
do think
weird.
the concept
Ethical
of Israel is
ethnic
not a bad
cleansing.
one.
that is a
ethical
trademark from
ethnic
just
cleansing is a fucking oxymoron in of itself. It's the most
Kelly, this
insane
is
thing I've heard all
DGG.
day.
This is DGG. Come on now. This is what it is to be expected.
No, but it's just a sentence that don't make
Hold on,
any
sorry,
sense.
real quick. I'll do this as little as possible. Saucy Wiggles, if you didn't watch the fucking stream past the clip, you fucking dipshit, you deserve to eat a very bad dinner that upsets your stomach for at least 48 hours. I said after that, my brain fucking broke because the conversation was about whether or not I would depose Hitler after he got elected right away. Not with post hoc rationalization about any other shit. It's whether or not after a democratically elected leader of a sovereign nation, we go in and we do regime change immediately for apropos of nothing. Obviously,
What if he already said he wanted to enact the
I
Holocaust?
will say also, none of you should be responding to DGG chat. You should only be responding to the Kick chat.
no,
Please
that's a
don't
good point.
interact with
That's a
DGG
good point.
chat.
You guys want to fucking shit talk? Give Gestalk and me viewers.
I mean, if you wanna talk in your own chat too, Lycan, that's not a problem. If you
No,
wanna
no.
address something in your own chat.
No, that's fine.
I just don't want to do it in DGG chat because that's
The
sort
bear,
of the soft
yeah.
agreement with our TBA. For
No, you're right. You're right. Sorry. Anyway, I just want to make it clear. Like immediately after my brain broke, I said If you're talking about after he massacred 6 million Jews, yeah, obviously regime change. If you're talking about before that, when he was democratically elected, no.
Wait, what if he already said that he's going to do that and he had a plan?
Actions before action is what I say. Like, it doesn't mean he has to get to 6 million, but I'm saying, like,
out on the spot,
like the moment that, you know, shit like fucking, you know, the ghettos and stuff started happening, I think.
What if he was only able to get 1,200 people, but he had a plan to do it on a wide scale, and he was only able to get 1,200 of them?
I mean, like, you're asking a very complex question if you want a serious answer. It's like, how did 1,200 die, right? Was it because he fomented some anti-Semitic sentiments within his people and the people themselves? Like, there was a spike in hate crime? Well, it's like, well, shit.
No, he enacted it. Like he had a group that perpetrated that and crossed over and like took those Jews and like slaughtered them.
So like the SS.
Yeah, like the basically the SS.
Like, I mean, my gut wants to say, like,
and it's never happened again.
The reactionary response is like, well, fuck yeah, like get him out of there. But like the pragmatic, realistic response is, you know, do we do it then, or is that when it's like, hey, Hitler, we're going to sanction you, we're going to, you know, take action against you on the political stage, internationally, if you don't fucking knock this, you know, racist shit off.
What if we did like what if we did like a blockade for 17 years on Nazi Germany?
Are we speaking like we are the Germans, or we're a country bordering the Germany, or we're talking
probably
about like
not the
we're
Germans,
Americans?
no.
Well, who are we?
We're a country bordering Germany. They're right by our borders. They've already enacted a plan, and they've already written into their charter that they want to enact a Holocaust.
I mean, that's where
they only got to do 1,200, but they're planning on doing all of them.
I mean, like, one of the issues was that
you realize they didn't like actually formalize the Holocaust until like 42, right?
And it was never written down.
That's what I'm saying. What if we had them already writing it down that they're gonna do it?
Sorry.
And they tried to do it already, and like.
I mean, if they passed a bill and they pass a bill and they're doing that, yeah, I probably don't see an issue with some sort of, you know, again, you start with, it's escalation of force, baby. Like, you don't just go right to, you know, send in the snipers.
For like 17 years.
What?
What if you had been like escalating for like 17 years and then they got to the
I see that now. I see the parallel that you're trying to draw, and again, like, Hamas is nowhere near that.
You just now.
But anti-Semitism had been escalating It had been escalating in Germany prior, and also plenty of countries knew that there was plans against the Jews, and then they wouldn't take any of the fucks in, right? It's not like all of the countries in the world behaved properly and took in people they could have saved at a point where they could have. The reality is everyone's shit, and they don't usually take action until they're pushed to at the very last minute, right? So it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh yeah, if 1,200 people were killed by the Nazis, we would all jump up and aggressively stop it. But historically,
that's not what I'm saying.
It
I'm
says,
saying
like, no,
you
we
probably
don't.
should. You probably should before that. Yeah.
But
you
then
probably
that's like saying you
to...
probably should be able to see into the future.
No. But what if, like, instead of seeing into the future, you already have like quotes of them saying they're gonna do like a Holocaust and they already started it, and like you're able to take that action.
They literally can't. The only way they got even close to enacting October 7th is because they took, I think, did they take, was it 30 plus? I think they had like 30-ish battalions, and I think they moved 30 of them. I think they left 2 down there. Right?
Yeah, you got that from aristocracy, yeah.
Yeah, I was just watching that stream. Boom. Injecting that knowledge immediately into my stream. Okay? So it was that they went suicidally light on their defense in that area, right as this planned attack was happening. So it took a crazy joint circumstance for this to even get to this extent, and it's not even close to being like an actual Holocaust. So, like, in a lot of ways, the only reason that this got to the extent it did is because of Israel's government fomenting like insecurity themselves. So all that is to say, Hamas is completely incapable of enacting the kind of genocide that they might want to, So again, we're just at the intent versus. That's why I was trying to go through the hypothetical of like, oh, it's Giga Hitler and he can kill 1 Jew a year. Do we need to like? How does that justify us murdering all of Gaza?
I need
And
1
then we
second.
need to figure
You
out
guys
where
can
that
keep going.
ratio is.
I'll be right back.
Right? We're like, hey, they have the ability to kill 10 Jews a year. Does that like what? So it's basically going to come down, David, to the civilian ratio. How many
What if,
Jews?
what if it was like
what-
Giga Kelly
what-
Jean?
What's your hold on? Just what's your ratio of like Jewish life to Palestinian life?
What is that supposed to mean?
As in, like, how many Palestinian civilians would David kill to save 1 Jewish civilian?
How many to kill one?
You gotta say a pretty high number.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously never going to be 1-to-1.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be 1-to-1, but I would
Probably
expect
gonna
it to be
higher
less than 100 to
like
1.
10-to-1. It's probably gonna be higher than 10-to-1. It probably would be less than 100-to-1. I don't know the exact number, but there is obviously a number where I'm like, okay, that's too much. If I knew that 10 Israelis were gonna die every year for the next 100 years, but I could kill like 100,000 Palestinians to stop that from happening, I probably wouldn't do that. And obviously,
Okay.
it would matter on their. Yeah, I probably would like, and if this is including like these people have to be killed, and this is to kill like the terrorists, like that.
Yep.
You know that's going to be the
Yeah, to
collateral.
eliminate
This
the
you're obviously
threat.
you're not actually targeting. You don't have to randomly target like civilians in order to stop it. But I'm saying if you know that is the collateral that has to be done.
Okay, so then add into this, do you disagree with the idea that when you're dealing with an insurgency and you have really high collateral because of how those insurgents operate, let's not say you're targeting the civilians, but because of how those insurgents operate, you have really high collateral. Do you think it's possible to eliminate a militia that hides in the population without creating more militias, more militiamen?
Oh, and you would also probably put less value on each civilian from the other side if the enemy combatant side was purposely trying to rack up as many of those numbers as well. You'd probably say like, oh, they're trying to like raise the numbers, so we're not going to take that as much into consideration to not do that, to like stop the operation because of that, if that is their goal.
And that's
to
regardless of the intent of the civilians themselves.
Yes, there would be some consideration regardless of the intent of the civilians, just in the fact that like their goal is to rack up as many people as possible, so you can't allow them to stop your operation because of the success of their goal to get as many of their civilians killed as possible.
Okay.
At some point,
Yeah,
you have
'cause
to that there is some math you have to do for that. Would you disagree?
I mean, there's definitely math you have to do for that. It's basically coming down to how does the intent of the militia group change the math for you? Because it seems like for you, the intent of the militia group sort of balloons that number for you significantly.
Yeah, the intent would be a huge starter. I would start with a really like high value on getting rid of that group just for intent. And some action, big multiplier, yeah. And like it would probably put a very low multiplier on intent, and say that if they're not able,
group,
yeah, and he would probably he'd probably mostly put results. He'd put results as like the main multiplier, and intent as a little thing. Like, you want to do a Holocaust? Oh well, you're able to do the
results
Holocaust.
Part is important to him because I think Lycan's argument. Well, I know Lycan's argument.
I'm back.
Is that as you continue to rack up collateral damage, you not only strengthen the militia's position with the overall population, you start creating new members of that militia and more extreme members of that militia.
Which
Exactly
is
the way
obviously
the
true.
U.S.
which,
did.
Like, you agreed to that, David?
What, that you would end up radicalizing more people?
Yeah.
When you
My internet joke was getting it.
Yeah, if you, I mean, at some point you have to not, at some point, like especially with the way that the Palestinian population is already radicalized, you have to not take that into such consideration. Like when like 90+% of them are like don't believe the Holocaust happened, and there's like a huge indoctrination like campaign that's already been done through the youth, through like what's that guy's name? The fucking Palestinian Mickey Mouse that does jihad on the Jews.
I don't know. I know what you're talking about. I don't know what the name is. But I would just say, like, then I feel like we have all of the elements to say that you're completely fine with genociding the Palestinians.
No.
Why not? You already said that the intent of Hamas enables them to enact casualties probably at a 10 or 100 to 1 ratio, and that you are going to continue to radicalize the population and create new militias, new Hamases. So it's a never-ending problem.
No, I would say that
you can't tweak the ratios to get back to a point where you're not going to kill all Palestinians.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Fair, you can't get genocided if you genocide first, based.
Yeah, well, that's his argument. Yeah.
But that's not really. And what I'd say is that, like, when I'm saying that you have to at some point not take into consideration the radicalization, is because I would say that the population is already radicalized, and you to a point where I don't think you're going to have that much success trying to win over the population, and instead you're going to have to put after completely wiping out Hamas, you'll have to do some sort of occupation, and hopefully it's not under Israel, and hopefully you get someone better than the PA, but you might have to settle for a dog shit like PA.
But let's just say like PIJ comes in after this.
Oh, yeah, then you go for round 2 and eliminate the PIJ. I think.
Okay, yeah. And then after that, Lion's Head is up.
You tell them, good try again, motherfuckers.
Yeah, so you realize you've actually justified just genociding the Palestinians.
Nazi 42 came in, and then I'd say you go for another, like, at some point you have to say, okay, maybe don't go for another terrorist. But you are just going to keep further radicalizing people and pushing into this exact same action, right? So at what point do you stop attacking Palestinians and start maybe, like, you got to start thinking outside the box, right? Or you just genocide them. Well, what do you do? What do you do instead?
Well, I would think probably you have to attack their funding, right? Their funding, their supply.
Eventually, their funding and supplying is like the UN. You just take makeshift shit. Like, they get some funding and shit from Iran, but, like, they're literally just, like, doing shift stuff from UN supplies. Like, they have, like...
Yeah, so what if the options are direct war with Iran from Israel and whoever will join them, or genociding the Palestinians? Like, it seems to me that you've totally justified it. Like, it's completely justified. I think if Israel operates under that logic, I think they would just end up genociding the whole population there. Or, I mean, probably what's more likely is they will kill, like, a ton and then displace them and just lock the doors, right?
I wish I had a genocide pass.
But I just
You're British. Wait, Kelly Jean, you're British. You had one for 100 years.
Yeah.
True.
Anyway, sorry, David. I realized, like, I don't think you actually want to genocide people. I know you don't. I actually know you don't. So I'm saying that I'm just trying to point out how the logical, like, the line of reasoning leads to genocide.
I get it. You're saying if you take my thing to the absolute most extreme, you eventually get to genocide.
Not even that. I don't even think it's that extreme. I think it comes down to, if you think 100 to 1 casualty rate is going to radicalize Palestinians enough to just replace Hamas as they die, which I would argue it is, then we're already there.
Well, I just say that you would have to do an occupation in order to prevent them from enacting another, like, Hamas 2 of the Boogaloo. That would basically just be it. You'd have to occupy with...
But that would probably be forever if you don't actually work on building up the government, making them a state.
I was going to get to the next part. Then you would make... that would be the stick, and then you would give the carrot to the West Bank for not being Hamas. And you would start off by, like, making a promise for nothing to completely stop the settlements in the West Bank, like stop expansion into any new territories. I think you would probably have to continue allowing, like, in already pre-existing settlements, like buying or making another house next door, but, like, not creating new zones. I think that would be probably something you would start with.
Nation building.
As a step with West Bank, yeah.
JSTL, can I ask you something? If the Iron Dome wasn't there, do you think David's point would be a lot more coherent or feasible? Like if
Yep.
those
I
rockets
think they'd have
were
a ton. They'd have an absolute ton more justification for what they're doing.
So
Like,
hold on.
can you-
Yes. So the Iron Dome has been criticized by some like top weapons experts at MIT, and the real reason for like the significant lack of death is more about their early warning system and the bunker system they have than it is the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome damage is primarily I think some have theorized that only like 5 or 10% of rockets are actually getting shot down by the Iron Dome.
Yeah,
did
but
say-
the
are you
Are you
5 or
saying
10%
90%
of rockets,
of rockets strike civilian settlements, or are they like?
No, that 99% like don't get shot down, but the damage they do is not significant.
I have not.
But
heard
do
that.
they
Yeah.
actually hit targets?
Um,
Because I thought I had heard that the Iron Dome was
property, like there's
significantly more
property
effective
damage,
than
but
this.
that's again because of the early warning system, right? Like buildings get destroyed, but
Yeah.
people don't.
So when only 5 to 10% are getting hit by the Iron Dome, that's probably the 5 to 10% that was going to kill someone or hit someone's house, right?
I not necessarily, but I mean, could be.
They do have a targeting system where they actually like completely ignore rockets that are going to go to non-populated areas that are just going to go to a field because it costs.
Well,
like,
again, like I think it was. I'm trying to remember what the period was. Was it 8 to 14 or something like that? Where like all the damage that had been done by the rockets was like $15 million dollars in property damage, and then only a few lives and a few hundred casualties.
Just a few hundred casualties.
Well,
Yeah.
but casualties as far as injuries, not lives. I mean, when you're talking about you're doing analysis of damage, like the point is that look at the thousands and thousands of rockets that have been fired. I think in the last, I know that like before the end of October, the number was up to 3,500 rockets, and I know that up to October, it was something like 21,000 or 22,000 rockets had been fired since like 2003 or something like that. So the point is that look at the number of projectiles that are fired and the amount of damage that they've actually done. But my overall point being is that Israel has an incredible early warning system, and they have the bunkers, and people have access to those who are in danger of the range of Hamas rockets. So that's really the bigger factor than the Iron Dome.
Damn, I miss my ex. She had the best Iron Dome. Shit. Yeah. I just in general feel like yes, my ex was Jewish. This guts guy. Okay, no more DGG.
Are you Jewish, David?
Yep, I am Jewish.
Can you clear something up for me?
Sure.
What
What
all
have
right,
I said that is pro Hamas? I don't know why you people are this retarded.
people
Okay,
that
shut up.
ignore that shit. So I wanted to convert to Judaism, but when I looked it up, it was like that only like the Reform. Is it the Reform sect? I can't remember what the name is. Like one or two sects of Judaism actually allow people to convert, and that the majority don't. Is that incorrect?
That is incorrect. It's just that the Reform and the Conservative, like they're too soy about it. They just say sure, like sure you want to convert, sure let's do it, because they're like a dying off branch, so they're kind of desperate. They like the real Orthodox conversions is like the legit stuff, where you have to like genuinely want to become Jewish and like adopt the culture and everything, and like you have to go through like multiple months process, and there's like the thing of saying no to them 3 times to make sure that they actually want to be Jewish and they're not just like LARPing.
Is there is there anything that's like an immediate disqualifier or something that makes it more difficult than just the time it takes to do so?
Like, what do you mean by that? Like
If I go and I show up and they're like nope, and I come back the 4th time, it's just like, okay, cool, we'll start the process, and then once you've
they'll be like, yeah, are you sure you want to do this? It's a tough process, and you're like, yeah, I really think it's beautiful and I want to blah blah blah, and then you show a genuine interest, and then you would like have to actually study for like a couple months and do some like tests and shit, and then you get Jewed up eventually. Yeah.
Can you be secular, or is it like converts have to be religious?
You're supposed to want to be religious. I guess technically, if you like,
you when you convert, you're supposed to at least at the bare minimum like want to convert for religious reasons. You can't be
Okay.
like, I want to convert to secular Judaism.
Maybe that's
like
what
a
I was
thing.
looking up. That was the reason, and that's what I had wrong. Because I thought it was like that most wouldn't accept it, but maybe it was most wouldn't accept secular converts.
Yeah, because like that's just mental, you know.
Well, I mean,
I want to convert.
I wanted to convert because after I lost my faith, I still enjoyed like the community of Christianity and all that. But I have, which is kind of funny with the reaction that a lot of my takes have had is that I have, oh God, I'm going to say the line, but like, you know, Jewish friends, and I grew up in like next to one of the biggest Jewish towns in the Midwest, and had a lot of like family and friends from there. So it's just it was more attractive as far as like looking for community and like social environment and all that stuff. But it wouldn't have been a religious conversion.
I mean, you can usually, if you're just close friends with Jews, like you can usually come over for the Shabbat dinner. You know, you can pull up. They'll let you come to the meal. You can create community with like your fellow Jewish friends.
Okay, this isn't a Jewish conversion stream, so I'm going to change
It's
the
just some
topic
questions.
and just go back to
Mashallah,
saying
brother.
that Lycan, apparently, Irk says you're giga wrong about the Iron Dome.
Yeah,
And
I
that
have
it
not
is
been
very,
able to.
very successful.
Yep.
I've not been able to corroborate your statements.
Give me a second.
And he linked an article as well, basically showing like Irk thinks it's like a debunking of the study you're talking about.
If it is, link it to it, baby. Because what I'm going off of is like fucking 13 years old. So if there's new shit,
Yeah, I
that's
threw it in
totally
the general
fine.
Chat. It's an article from 2016 in Bellingcat, and I think Bellingcat's pretty. It's kind of propaganda, but it's also
Is
pretty
Bellingcat
accurate, I think.
I thought
I
it
think
was.
it's pretty far left leaning. I feel like it's
I am
pretty far
perfectly
left.
fine with being proven wrong. Like Irk, I saw you being a
I know.
fucking spaz in chat, but like I'm fine with it. Just come at it and say, hey, like, and I think you're actually quoting something old. Here's something newer that addresses what you're saying. Be chill. Goddamn.
Sorry, that's actually I just burned Irk so badly. He
No,
just
I
sent it to
saw
me. I was
it.
like, hey, I tried to talk to Lycan about this, but here's like he didn't actually say I said all those things. That was just me.
He's just
what
shit.
would you call it?
Unless it wasn't Irk that I
hyperbolic.
saw being fucking intense about that. I thought it was Irk saying Lycan's a fucking idiot. So.
Oh well, he might have, but he just messaged me on.
Oh yeah, he
Discord.
said complete bullshit, dog. Like fucking.
Okay.
Paste.
All
Yeah.
right.
Anyway.
Damn.
Fair enough.
To be honest, from what I'm seeing, everything Irk is saying seems right. Like, and it's complete bullshit. The Iron Dome shot down like 700 plus missiles like a few months ago, or over the coming battle, or yeah, a few. Over the
Wait, how
coming
many?
months. Like 700.
Okay. Well, I mean, in that the point I was going to make doesn't actually matter because it just depends on where they're going to hit, right? Because the Iron Dome doesn't cover everywhere. But
Well, it covers like most places. It doesn't actually shoot down places everywhere if it thinks it's not going to hit a vulnerable target.
my understanding is it covers major metropolitan areas and suburbs, right? Like the suburbs around those major metropolitan areas, but like there are towns further out that it doesn't cover. Is that not the case?
I think it has pretty good coverage of like almost all like.
So I'm just gonna wind us back because this started from the question from hold on a second. From Brickwall. So he asked me if the Iron Dome wasn't functioning, would I think the math changes? And I think the math does change. Again, I'm largely driven by the outcomes. I think the intent is important, and I think like obviously I would have no issue with Israel assassinating any of the Hamas commanders, any of their like military wing. I'd have no disagreement with them doing select operations, like not in the war. Obviously they can't really do the special forces thing, but I'm saying if they could have done clandestine things before this war to kill people in Hamas's upper echelon, I would have been totally behind that.
Just sorry to address more of what you're saying, or that point though. Yeah, I think what I'm saying still stands because look at the numbers before 2011 and the numbers after, right? Like,
yeah, that's where I stand as well. Is just like the outcomes drive things far more than the intent for me, especially with regards to the civilian population.
Oh, I just mean with the efficacy of the Iron Dome, right? Like like it wasn't until after.
Oh, that it Yeah, that it
it
stopped
wasn't
killing people basically.
not that it
The
stopped
rocket
killing
attacks
people, but
stopped
like
killing people.
no, they still did. Like I think the number was 26 people died to rockets by 2014, and then since 2014 we're now at a total of 44 people dead to rockets, unless something is updated over the last month of rocket attacks. But but between 2011 when the dome was enacted in 2014 or 16, I can't remember. They were still using Qassam rockets and shit, like the shitty rockets. So the increase in number of rocket attacks and by any significant measure, and the increase in the type of rocket, or the change in the type of rocket they were using, didn't really change until years after the Iron Dome was in effect. So maybe the Iron Dome, when it came to like the higher number of rockets, or maybe when it came to the change in the type of rockets they were using, maybe that Iron Dome was really kicking in then. But I'd still say there were a few years where it's like, you know, we weren't seeing a significant change in casualty rates. So I still stand by that. I think the most effective thing for Israeli safety is their early warning system. It's what we use in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think that the one the IDF uses for their cities is even more advanced than what we had on bases.
All right, then I'll have to read that article at some point. But anyway.
I'm going to...
Sorry, I will not address that. I will do it in chat.
Okay.
Where are we going to head to next?
I want to justify the creation of the state of Israel, that it was actually based.
From the start of when?
All right, mate.
From the hold on. I don't know if I have the mental fortitude at the moment for that.
Oh, I was killing fucking workers and I needed to kill vermin. God damn it.
Are you back in WoW right now, Lycan?
Yeah, trying hardcore again.
You still in the Warlock?
Yeah, I created a new one. I died, what did I fucking die to? I died to,
Wait, I thought that game was League of Legends. Am I mixing them up?
I was playing League,
He was
now I'm
playing
playing
League
WoW.
before.
Oh, okay, I thought it was bugging.
We need Lav's perspective on this. Lav's perspective on the creation of Israel.
No, please, I do not.
She's welcome to join.
No,
but
stop.
She literally said she's only like 14% Jew.
That's enough.
Listen, like if we go down to meme conversation route, fine, but I cannot have a serious conversation with that person.
You have to like balance it where it gets serious for like 30 seconds and then you realize that you're at a meme. That's how it works.
Whiplash on that.
Yeah, it kills me. If she wants to come in and bullshit and we talk about random shit, fine. But
I have no idea if she's around, so.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, just dog. Last night I was checking my logs this morning, and last night, and I saw people were saying that shit was being talked. Do you know what was going on yesterday?
Yesterday?
It was during your stream. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. I read through Forethoughts post.
Oh, okay,
So
that must have been yesterday.
I assume shit was being talked. I don't think it was being talked by me, but I did go through Forethoughts post.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine.
Bro, Forethought is...
Speaking of Nazis.
Forethought are lying.
I would say though, like in a general sense, like I probably agree with Forethought more than you on like the actual issues. My issues with Forethought are largely in like how he handles.
Well, that was my issue, and people were like, I finally for this one, I was like, you know what, fuck this. Like this guy isn't like. I told him, yeah, well, you know this. We talked about it. Like I DM'd him when it came to the Finkelstein book. Like I messaged, I was checking my Reddit history, and my quote public call out to him was just me replying to him in a comment that got very little attention, saying you lack reading comprehension, and then him agreeing to pick up a book and read it. And he took that as his justification to go onto the subreddit, and then he came into the debate and said the same thing, like, well, you know, Lycan called me out publicly, so I'm going to make this giant post. And when the jerk wave is against me and it's that kind of shit, it's really just stirring up shit. And I found that annoying, especially when I went to him in good faith and said, hey, I'm really interested to see what you think about the book. Please check sources, and if you find anything that after reading a source you disagree with, like, let's talk about it. And he's like, oh, don't worry, I'm going to make a post. And so then with this situation where it was like, I I say, someone in Steven's community, and he takes that as an excuse to go run to Reddit and make another post, and just when things have finally started to cool off, yeah, it's like, okay, this is unserious, and the whole point is just to stir shit. Why am I going to take this seriously? So I reply with K, and everyone can make the critical analysis of my response being juvenile, but can't see like the bullshit that he's pulling. That's a little annoying.
I feel like, to be fair, when you make which I would characterize you as like someone who gives a lot of charitability to someone like Hamas, you could easily like get very infuriated and rage post. So I really don't blame him, especially.
Nah, Full Thought doesn't need an excuse to do that, mate. Like, what are you on?
That's extremely bad faith.
That's like,
to say
that's like
gives
Full Thought behavior in general.
pretty bad faith to say Lycan gives favorability to Hamas. He may do that.
I said charitability and favorability.
Well, my
Or,
charitability
yeah,
isn't like based on just
it
like
goes to
feelings.
Gazans or Palestinians. He never brings up, oh, Hamas is like really down
No.
bad and is a down bad military. He brings up that Gazans are underage, that they lack clean drinking water, that they don't have proper medical care.
That's all of that is not why I would make that
Rick
claim.
Wall, you're supposed to be my Zionist, okay? I need another Zionist with David.
Well, I have no problem with like talking to Zionists and shit. Like it's like my whole thing is I just want, when I make when I do not say that Israel needs to be wiped off the face of the earth, when I do not say that 10/7 was good, when I should probably phrase this differently for the clips. When I say that Israel should exist, when I say I don't want Israel to be rolled back to the 1948 borders, when I say that Hamas it does wicked fucking shit, when I say Hamas rocket attacks are war crimes, when I say that Hamas puts people in danger, when I say all that, but then I still bring the arguments I do, but the takeaway is that as if I hadn't said any of that shit. Yeah, it's a little frustrating, and if people can't kind of get that through their skulls, what's the point in arguing? At that point, they're not hearing anything I say. There was a dude like
when some people would be like, oh, 10/7 didn't happen in a vacuum and stuff like that. It feels like a similar way of saying like that it's understandable and shit like that.
Well, it's like
and even though you're justifying it, or even though you're not
not justifying it,
atrocities, you're like, well, it's understandable because open air prison, 50% children, apartheid.
Well, that's the thing, is you have to take into consideration like when we do critical analysis about the United States in 9/11, right? We understand that U.S. foreign policy led to 9/11. Like it's indisputable fact. It was our actions in other places that led to that event. That doesn't undermine the tragedy. That doesn't spit on the graves of 2,950 people, or the thousands of troops that died afterwards, or the tens to hundreds of thousands of civilians that died afterwards. That's just matter of fact. So when it comes to like understanding 10/7,
if you're fresh from like 9/11, you're like, guys, you have to understand this didn't happen in a vacuum. Like it sounds a certain way.
It does sound a certain way, and I understand that.
Yeah.
But I think the issue that I had was that people are calling, like, it's kind of like watching 9/11 all over again, and people were, I think, rightly comparing 10/7 to 9/11 for Israel. And when they do that, though, it's like, okay, let's remember what fucking happened the last time this happened. Let's remember the actions that were taken that weren't rational. Let's remember the blood that was shed that shouldn't have been.
Does the U.S. have the right to stop Israeli from making the same mistake we did?
I think they have an obligation to, yes.
Okay, fair.
And that's all, like, that's, if you look at my logs, like, there's no me saying like, I'm not doing the shit like Frogan said or anyone else. I wasn't saying this is what resistance looks like. Was that? Yeah, it is.
These are pretty bare minimums.
But what I'm saying,
the way I always like to say this personally, and I just because it actually triggers people a little bit, is like nobody deserves what happened on October 7th. So like those civilians didn't deserve it, but I think Israel earned that. Israel earned that kind of attack through their actions.
And it's a more direct.
Then I could say that the Gaza, it earned their counterattack.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Well, I think so. I'm saying that the leadership groups are earning these sort of what's the word, reprisals against each other, against their like civilian populations.
I would just disagree with both of them. I would say that like Gaza.
I very
Wait,
much agree with.
I'm
both of
sorry.
them.
Just talk. Do you think anything I said justified 10-7?
No.
Okay, shut the fuck up, Nixon.
Oh, okay.
Bro.
I thought for a second that you were telling me to shut the fuck up.
No.
I was like, oh, you misunderstood
No.
what I was
No.
saying. I'm confused now. Okay. Got him.
But that's exactly what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking about. I said nothing justifying it, and the filter in their brain is broken.
You had to pick a villain. Who would you say that that Bibi Netanyahu or the leader of Hamas is a worse person? Just vibe checking real quick. Is that a hard one?
Well, it is because it's understanding how we
get
to this
and
point.
have tea with them like last time.
It's understanding how we got to this point, and it's like, who's worse, the person that the radical group in the country that has been persecuted, or the leader of the party?
He is a victim. Poor guy.
Or the leader of the party that continues to foment the situation that leads to this tragedy. Like, it's very difficult. I'd say that probably, who would I rather have tea with? Probably Netanyahu than the leader of Hamas. But I mean, like, we're comparing two really shitty people.
I would just imagine they're both morally reprehensible, but Bibi seems like a pretty good conversationalist. So
that's not the point. The point is, like, he is, I would say, is an absolutely evil person and a morally reprehensible person. But like, I think you should pretty much, like, I don't think that an amount of oppression that the Germans had would ever justify or like lessen like Nazi Germany to a point where it's like, oh well, you know, now I really kind of understand why they did that, or like you have to take into consideration that like these guys are being oppressed. Like, I just don't think you get to a point where you're like, oh, the guys who orchestrated
I'm
October.
sorry, who was oppressing the Nazis again?
I said if. Should I say it again? If.
Then what is the point of making such a comment? I don't know. This analogy is just
oppressed. That wouldn't make you say,
well,
maybe.
then it would be an entirely different scenario that doesn't exist, and we're comparing it to what?
That would be comparing it to Hamas, because Lycan would say, oh, Lycan would probably, I would hope that he would at least concede that they have pretty similar ideologies as the Nazis, except
Kelly
that Kelly
just really wants you to get away from the Nazi comparisons, David. She's trying to train you
they're
to
always very
by
bad.
mocking you every time you do it. I'm just saying.
Nazis did actually go through the rationalization that they were being oppressed. They just actually weren't by the Jews, but they did say that they were being oppressed by the Jews, and that's why they had to enact a Holocaust against them. That the
They
Jews.
said a lot of propaganda. That's the whole point, isn't it?
Were they not like literally being repressed by the Treaty of Versailles? Like,
Was that the
in an
Jewish
actual
people's
real
fault?
sense, were the German people not like super fucked after World War One?
But because of the Jews?
No.
Was it Jews?
Just in a general sense.
Question
Yeah,
mark.
true.
But also, it's not just the Jew. Again, like Nazi ideology, people
I
seem
know
to
you're-
really strangely oversimplify. It's far more complicated than anything that anyone ever bothers to go over. And then it's not even similar to other fascism either. And it's just like, oh, okay, this is dumb. This is why I say it's thought terminating, because it's just like arguing with people that haven't even fucking.
It seems to be just for you that it's actually the most thought terminating.
No,
because you like. you literally have, like,
Jay also
spasm.
said it is thought terminating the first time that it got brought up, unless you got short-term memory loss, mate.
I think it's usually pretty thought terminating. Like it's thought terminating in that, like, even when you win those arguments, most people aren't going to engage in them in like good faith. It's the same thing that happened to Lycan when Forethought asked him like the Hitler comparison in the elections. Like, people's brains will just short circuit. They're not really. Most people aren't capable of just going like, yeah, no, I would let them elect Hitler.
Dude,
Most people can't just make that argument, right? Their brains will short circuit and they'll just go, oh fuck, I can't say Hitler was.
Well, because it's like that's exactly what
justifiably
happens.
elected.
Your mind immediately goes to like, okay, I know this is a fucking trap and a trick question, and I don't want to concede any ground like on a gotcha. So fucking shit. Wait, hold on. Where do I have to answer it? and then you have to recalibrate, reboot, and it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're trying to fucking do.
And that's not even the hard question. The hard question is, when do you stop Hitler?
I wanna have like a quick thing.
True.
Do you think that Hitler and Hamas have a similar ideology in terms of what they think is the cause of all the problems?
I mean,
and
so
what they think that is.
So I think the hard part is, and I've admitted this, is that I don't know what has happened with Hamas since 2014. So I would say up to 2014, and probably I could say up to 2017, considering they updated the charter. I'd say at that point they weren't going for like the complete eradication of the Jewish people. Something interesting someone asked me the other day was, what if, like, do we think that Hamas would be going after the Jewish people if Israel wasn't Jewish? Like, if it was a different group of people, if it was, you know, I don't know, Kenyans, right? Like, do we?
I tried to bring this up and he skipped over it last time. I said, you reckon they wouldn't be just as angry if they were Catholics? And he was like, blah, 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 and then it moved on.
Actually, that was exact. I think I remember exactly saying, oh, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, I found a fucking red pouch. Oh my God. Sorry. Go ahead.
Face.
Yeah. So like, I would say that it doesn't matter if they would also like have an ideology of like genociding a different group of people. They still have their ideology of that people being the cause of all problems of the world and wanting to genocide them. So I would say that doesn't matter if they would also do it if it was like the Kurdish people who had Israel instead. I'd say that still doesn't really matter.
You know that this level of propaganda is common at any point in time when any country or any groups of people are at war, right? You have to hate the other people that you're fighting against. That's not like you're not like, oh, we're gonna have a good old tea party. We like these people that we're just killing. It's not a thing that happens.
I mean,
So that's
to help
great
David
argument.
out a little, go ahead.
Let me tell you this. So since you have such a great argument that this happens all the time, can you point me out another time where there's a charter that like to genocide the other group in recent history?
Charter? Like, you want me to talk about genocides? The Ottoman Empire committed a few of them.
Yeah, I said in recent history.
Imperial Japan.
That was only 10 years before the Holocaust,
Imperial
mate.
Japan going and killing all of China and
It was
basically
10
think
years
there's a superior
before.
race.
Was that okay?
What do you mean? Okay. Fucking idiot.
But to
Yeah, I
like
think
help
somebody
it-
just brought up Rwanda, right? Is that the Hutus and the Tutsis? Is that Rwanda?
Are those candies?
I think that's Rwanda.
But to help like David out, why wasn't the Palestinians so angry and pissed off when the Jordanians and the Egyptians were occupying them militarily? Throughout that entire time, I don't know the hostilities were this bad against them. Why were they okay with those countries occupying them militarily?
Is that crickets I hear?
I don't know who he's talking to.
Oh, Lycan.
Okay, ask the question again. Sorry.
So yeah, why was the Palestinians and Gazans okay with the occupations of them with the Egyptians and Jordanians? Like, it seems like they weren't that pissed off while they were being occupied by fellow Muslims or fellow Arabs.
I haven't read a lot on the earlier history of all this, but I think I read something recently when it came to Egypt that that there was still a support for there was
not the same level.
there was like better treatment of and more support for a future where Palestine exists from Egypt than there was for Israel. But I'm talking out of my ass there because I do not know a lot pre 2004 to 5.
Also, like Black September, right? In Jordan, seems like they were kind of pissed. No,
Was that for the occupation or not going far enough in a
that
war?
was they were in Jordan was occupying the West Bank and they tried to kill the king, right? Like
Yeah,
Palestinians tried to
I
kill
just
the king.
don't know what the reasoning
They
was.
didn't
It
do enough to
because
destroy Israel, not because they didn't like Jordan being there or occupying. I think that was more to do with them not trying to destroy Israel enough.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
gonna
don't-
say
I-
you're wrong or right, Justical.
I wish we had a I'm not really. I have like a broad history, but I don't have an in-depth history. We probably need somebody like Lonerbox or something to come in if we wanted to if we wanted to hear about like deep Gaza lore. You know?
Yeah. But, you know, Loner Box and Destiny are both on hiatus together. Destiny.
Is Loner Box on a break?
Yeah, I think he's been gone for like a week plus now.
I don't know if he's actually on a break or if he's just not streaming. Like I don't know if he's anything formal.
Well, someone has said he's sick.
Oh, he's sick.
It
Yeah.
would be hard to stream Israel Gaza for 4 weeks straight.
Yeah.
Did-
Do you think the
What's up?
You are.
You cut out, David.
No, my brain just fried.
Okay.
I think the real tragedy was that this is going to consume us for another at least 2 months before we find something else to talk about.
No, there'll be other stuff. If they continue to they're continuing to ramp up pressure against Biden to drop out. So I think that's going to pop off because that has to happen. If it's going to happen, it has to happen before what is Super Tuesday in February? Super Tuesday.
Have you guys seen Wes's feed lately?
His feet?
Feed.
Oh, his feed? Yeah, Wes is fucking hilarious.
What is he doing, man? Is he in like Thailand or something, just having the time of his life?
Yeah.
God bless
He's in
that.
Thailand. His money goes a long way there.
Just don't post anything that will get you trouble stateside.
Dude, it was so funny seeing like he was basically like, I understand most people find this, or some people find this gross, but he's like with a hooker and he was like, dude, you have no idea, like I pay this girl to be here with me and like it's like I don't even have to have sex with her, we haven't had sex, just having her here and like answering questions on stream, she's like free content all day. Right? So he's just got like, yeah, he's got like a hooker who's like doing like TikToks with him and stuff, and he's paying her, but she's just like answering questions from his chat and shit.
I'm not
He's,
sure
like,
that's how free content
Holy
works, but
well,
What?
yeah, sorry, not free content, but I mean, I think he's paying like.
15 minutes ago.
What did you say, David?
what?
What is that? What is that like caption on that tweet 15 minutes ago from Wes?
Having to watch her make TikToks, the downside of being a pedo.
That's wild.
Dude,
Hold on, let me open up his.
I'll link it to you.
God damn it, Wes.
This guy is something. And the scary part is that girl looks young.
She's at least acting trying to be young.
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. Why are we giving it attention then? Yikes.
It's both 14,
showing
I mean,
up my
both 16 and 45 at the same time.
Oh, whoops.
Because Wes isn't stupid enough to actually do something illegal like that and fucking post it.
Well, it technically, in Thailand, I don't know what is illegal. So that's pretty scary. That makes it even more scary.
No, I mean he wouldn't. She definitely just looks young. He's making the joke because she looks young. He wouldn't. He even talked about how like he's like, yeah, I know that I'm like fat and like some of the girls aren't really into it. He's like, anytime they're not into it, it's like I just pay them and they leave. It's fine. Oh my god, he fucking wiped out. I don't think he likes to play up like being a creep, but he's not like quite that creepy.
I feel more uncomfortable with the Zerka tweets than I do with Wes's tweets.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my god, Zerka and that one girl.
Which one?
I'm just so glad I always have two GGGers that like to always occupy one of my testicles so that none of them feel lonely.
What?
Like I got my bestie Murtika Zkarta and that other Guts guy.
Dude, that's been me for the last like fucking month and a half, man. Like my dick has never been ridden so fucking hard. My balls have not been crushed so hard.
Can I ride you for just a little bit softly?
Yeah, ride it, baby.
It is like very impressive and good of you that you stood out against Destiny, and just like one of the orbiters had not a contrarian take, an opposite take of his. Like everyone just rides his line, and it's kind of sick. I hate it.
Well,
I hope other people hate it.
I would have thought that would have gotten me a little charity. Is like Steven and I are in alignment on a lot of shit, right? And this is like the first time I've come out and had a differing opinion, and it was pretty jarring because I see in threads like where new people would come around and they'd be like, that was bad faith from Lycan, just on random conversations or something. It get downvoted to shit, and people would be like, you don't know Lycan, Lycan's not that way, whatever. And just to see the sudden turn from like, you know, people names that have been around for a while. Like there were plenty from people that were like, I don't know who this dude is, but this is my first time hearing him and blah, blah, blah. Like that's fine, whatever.
Happened to me as well.
Yep. But then
You see what all snakes are when you're on the unfavorable side, and I'm like, all right, I'm making a note of this one.
The funny thing is, probably a lot of people used to have you as one of their top orbiters.
I've lost Buddy of the Year. Like I thought the chef thing might have secured it this year, but yeah, we're in the we're behind.
You don't know that yet, actually. Buddy of the Year is up in the air because Dan is gone. Ab has been on stream like 3 times.
Yeah.
Buddy of the Year is like wide open right now.
Pisco's like
I can see Pisco being a dark horse for it.
I want to know where Pisco is in all this. He's been oddly quiet.
He's a secret.
He's just arguing about Trump. He wants Trump off the ballot in Colorado.
It was crazy how that judge ruled. He did do insurrection, but really we can't rule here.
I just want to once again remind that I am both the Theodore Herzl and Ben Gurion of DGG Zionism, and I am the one who made Destiny a Zionist.
I mean, I think Wikipedia did.
No, but I am the one who made him admit it. This was back in May.
Oh, are you the one that made him say that clip?
Did the genocide
No,
comment?
Wes was the one.
Wes was the one.
That was Wes.
It's all Wes's fault.
It all comes back to Wes.
But I was debating Karantos and Lonerbox, and then before that, I asked Destiny on his thoughts of Zionism and why he wasn't a Zionist, and he was like, "Shit, maybe I am." I was like, "You are."
So
it is always in your heart.
So I don't know. What do you guys think of this? So my understanding of Zionism is that there are 2 types of Zionist. There's one that's just Israel should exist, and I've always called myself a Zionist because I've always thought that was like the primary meaning, was like whether or not you believe the state of Israel should exist. But then there's the definition of, you know, one that believes like Israel should like the Zionist project to take over all of Mandate Palestine post 1948. I was getting a little bit of pushback on that in chat earlier before I hopped in with you, I think. But that's my understanding of it. Am I missing something? That both of those are true? It just
No. Zionism is just like the general of like, I believe that the state of Israel should exist and that it should be protected. There's all sorts of other flavors you can have. You could have religious Zionism where you believe that the reason Israel should exist is because God gave it to them, or you could have secular Zionism, or you could have Zionism where
does that make the British gods based?
Okay, nice one. And like you could have like Zionism where you believe that that Israel should exist as like a binational utopia that's never going to happen, or you could believe that Zionism means that Israel should what's it called, that they should permanently occupy the West Bank and Gaza. But I would say that Zionism, just being a Zionist, just all that means is I believe that Israel should exist and has a right to defend itself.
Too late, can't take it back now, mate. You can laugh all you like at me. I'm a god now. Stay mad.
Yeah. All right, we're back. I got a bio.
I'm gonna try something, trying to get more people on here for a real quick impromptu thing.
I think the talk around Zionism really changes depending on when you're talking about it. Like post World War II, like there's like a need for it. Like Jews around the world were being persecuted and killed by crazy numbers, and no one thought it would stop. Like everyone actually did hate the Jews back then.
That's why Zionism switched from being like the establishment to the protection of the state. That you believe that it needs to stay protected and not get destroyed. And
but I think if we could like see into the future in when 1947, when the UN partition plans was formed, we can see that it really is not needed. Like the world got over their Jewish hatred pretty much, besides maybe in the Middle East. Like Europe is perfectly safe for any Jew pretty much anywhere. Maybe not Russia. Would you agree to that, David?
Yeah, but like the thing with the problem is the history of Jews is like there's been periods of peace where like Jews were safe in a country until that was no longer the case, and like then all of a sudden the attacks went up.
I get that, but I don't think the Jews have
Like-
a good argument of like, oh, we're gonna go back to
Switch
1960s.
from like somewhere that's safe to like somewhere that's like not safe anymore. Like I'm trying to think of like countries right now that would be pretty sketchy. I know in sometimes in France it's gotten pretty sketchy for Jews.
Isn't there like a huge like Jewish Russian population? I'm just like losing my mind. When
That
a
is
lot
very
of the
true.
Jews
There's
killed in
laws
like World War
protecting-
II, weren't they Russian?
There's laws against Nazi propaganda. You cannot make a Nazi salute in France, I think.
Yeah, but you can go to
Wait,
a,
what's that got to do with Russia? I'm confused.
go to like
They're just
a
saying Jews are
Hamas
being somewhat persecuted in France from time to time, and there's laws in the books protecting them.
yeah from Nazi propaganda, but there's obviously other stuff that can happen in other forms of discrimination.
But like, if there's laws protecting even the propaganda, the spreading of propaganda, like
Of Nazi propaganda, but that wouldn't just be for Jews. I would like just in general. There's a hatred towards Nazism because of the Germans. So like I wouldn't say that it's like a foolproof. Oh, there's laws in the books against Nazism, so that place is a safe place for Jews now. And obviously, like hate crimes have been going up at like an exponential rate throughout the world every year.
you think it's likely that, or somewhat possible that we could go back to the levels of anti-Semitism pre-1940s?
Obviously, I think it's less likely than before the 2000s, but and the late 1900s,
Put a number, please.
less than 1%.
All right, then get the fuck out of here. Your fear is unfounded. You're a Karen in fucking Nowhereville, worried about inner city black kids.
Okay, yeah, I would make the same argument, David. You could just think about your response really quickly. I'm asking Aristocracy to come on, but I don't actually. I'm not like friends with her or anything, so I don't know if she's getting the message. But I asked her to come on just because it would be good to get a Zionist. And I feel like she pushed back against this like really hard.
Back.
Anyway,
she would have a lot more respect.
We have to listen to her spurg about how she's scared about being Jewish on the internet. Like,
that's basically.
But we could yell at her about it.
Who are we gonna talk to?
I asked Eris to come on, but I don't even know if she got the message.
Damn.
Like Aristocracy.
Yeah. No, I want to talk to Eris.
Sent her the message, but I don't know if she's streaming still. I think I just checked.
So we're meeting Steven in a little bit. So just so in case I have to drop suddenly, I don't want it to be like yeah, I'll be here for at least another 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Who's we?
Aaron and I.
oh, this was literally like I hate saying Jay Stickle. I fucking hate it. But this was his comments he was making about Eris, alright? Fucking shut up.
That was the comments I was making, yeah.
Is Jay Stickle the proper pronunciation?
Bitch.
No, there is no proper pronunciation. You just say it how you feel.
Well,
I like
the
Jesticle.
Justical thing was Destiny getting angry at that response and trying to come up with the dumbest thing he could. Which I'm fine with. It makes him sound silly when he loses an argument to me.
When you read that name in your mind, was it JSTLK or JStalk?
I don't tell people how to say it or read it.
Okay, but I just you don't have to be. This is.
I understand what you're asking. I'm just telling you that I don't answer that question.
Why?
I'm so curious. I'm gonna kill myself.
Why are you being so like secretive over the most?
Because it's
benign
his initials and he has a very long name.
Yeah.
He's got 5 names.
Tall, long.
Joseph Stephen.
Kenneth Leopold Stotch.
It's definitely a Leo or Leopold. Yep, you're right.
By the way, Lycan, can you confirm that the reason that Destiny and Loner Box are both off at the same time is because of their romantic relationship?
Well, all I'll say is I have been cooking for 2.
I think that.
I'm kidding. I haven't cooked for the last couple nights.
Yeah.
Sorry, Les House is asking if you can join the call. I mean, you can join the call, but I need people who are Zionists, Les House, and you're not. So looking for Zionists right now.
Either nut up for Israel or fuck off.
Yeah.
That PZN guy is like my biggest dick rider. My hate dick rider.
I could fuck.
I wouldn't mind what David says if he wouldn't. If his insistence to bring up the fucking Nazis at every point in time, it drives me bananas.
So sorry, you must be so triggered by Jews bringing up the Nazis.
Yes,
It's
because
so-
you're not good at it. You'll say, oh, they have similar ideologies, and then you don't actually like put out their ideologies and say how they are actually comparative in any way at all. You just say this and then say it like it's the truth.
Yeah,
Very
they do have.
annoying.
I literally put out exactly how they have similar ideologies.
No,
The
you
fact that they
didn't. When?
are the cause of all problems, and that they think that, and in their charter they say they want death to all the Jews. I think that's
So real quick, to say something that I don't think is really controversial, but do you think Israel has been the cause of all problems for Gaza?
absolutely not. I think they've caused more than their own fair share of their own problems.
This word,
They-
even
but-
what was outlining Nazi ideologies is what I
Israel-
mean when I say this is a
Yeah.
problem.
They're responsible for a minority of the problems.
Just go.
Who, Israel?
What do you think?
What's that? Sorry.
What do you think? Do you think Israel is the cause of most problems, or more all the
problems?
significant problems for
Like,
Gaza?
oh, for Gaza? No, I would say it's. I think it's like. I mean, it really just comes. It's like a fundamental, like how you think about the world thing. Because you could, depending on how you look at it, if you look at it, it's like, what was the original grievance? I think the Palestinians' original grievance is valid. That like Israel probably was formed in like direct violation of their rights and what they had previous agreements to. So I think that's like fair. But overall, I'd say it's probably like 60-40. But there's a lot of, it's really hard to just pin it down to a number because there's a lot of different ways to look at it. It's like Israel probably has almost all of the power to move the situation forward right now, and I think they have no desire to. And without their desire to, I don't think the situation moves forward. So in that way, Israel's like extremely culpable. But also like in the terms of the overall conflict, it's not like Israel's been, significantly worse in how they behave. In fact, I think they've probably been between like 48 and maybe like 76. I think they behaved like completely like way better. So yeah, anyway, it's really hard to just boil it down to a number. I don't think I can boil it down to a number.
I'd say I think the biggest problem they faced in the last 17 years has been that blockade and the prevention of statehood. So I would say that Israel for Gaza has been the biggest cause of issues.
What has statehood stopped them from doing?
Well, the lack of statehood is prevented them from getting protection on the international stage, where them as a territory versus them as a state. They would, even though that the majority of countries in the world, the vast majority of countries in the world, have acknowledged like Palestine as a state, the big players that haven't have prevented them from getting that status. And then I believe that I'm sorry, what was the full question again?
So what, like, the statehood has stopped Gazans and West Palestinians from doing?
Oh yeah, so then they haven't, because of the lack of statehood and then the blockade, they haven't been able to actually have like an economy. They haven't been able to have a functioning government. They haven't been able to have to build ties with other nations, diplomatic ties. So I think all of those have been.
I think if Gaza try to like create an economy and create a government and like create systems that they would be fucked and in the same situation they are in right now?
I think it would be vastly different. I really do. Like I said, I brought up the quote from 2009, Mossad head Ephraim Levy. Hamas is ready to see the establishment of a Palestine state in the temporary borders of 1967, and that the Hamas leadership know they will have to adopt a path that isn't in line with their ideological goals. Like, I absolutely believe that there at least was a time where
even during the blockade, even during everything, if they actually genuinely tried to create a nation state in Gaza,
they couldn't. That was the
could.
problem. They couldn't, because the blockade was a strangulation. They couldn't have international ties because nothing was allowed in or out. People weren't allowed in or out. The government wasn't allowed to function as a government.
The biggest contributor, not contributor, receiver of aid of like the entire planet. There is no like actual justification for them not to build up their
There
country
is,
and
because
instead
just you can give them all the money in the world. They can't do anything with it.
Wait,
Yeah,
how
wait,
big?
wait,
Is,
what does that-
how big an aid receiver are they?
The biggest.
like aren't they one of the
They are
biggest
the
in the
biggest.
they are the biggest.
Gaza is the biggest aid receiver on the
I
planet.
thought they received more. I'm backtracking that myself right now. Chat,
Maybe
like-
in humanitarian aid.
Humanitarian aid, not aid.
Yes.
Sorry, humanitarian aid.
Sorry.
So, but does that even matter? Do you can't build anything economic from humanitarian aid?
Oh, like they got
If it's dollars or cash denomination aid.
Well, I think when it's humanitarian aid, it's explicitly not dollars, which is how it gets past the blockade. I don't think you can send dollars in from anywhere but Qatar.
Okay, I'm checking that.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna pull Les House in here. He says he wants to argue for Israel.
Nice. Bro, where are my fellow Lions of Zions tonight? Holy shit.
You guys hear me?
We can hear you.
guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, awesome. So I have a question before. Someone was saying, why are Jews like afraid? Because France has like hate laws. I'm not sure who that was. My only response was, yeah, my only response is just because the current government and the current laws are pro Jews, that does not mean those can't change in the future, right? So for example,
Hey, what have the laws been for the last 60 years? You got to look at the trends,
Jesus.
man. Sorry,
You
I
gotta
was
be
muted.
careful with. So
I'm-
you need to figure out a consistent distance from your mic because as you turned way up and you just got like really close to it and yelled. So you gotta figure out your mic, okay?
That's
Turning
a
it down
jump
little bit
scare.
more.
So, for example, like in the Middle East, right? So, for example, in the Middle East, if you look at the countries like Egypt, the current governments are pro, or at least, pro Israel and have decent relationships with them. But those can change easily, like if, say, another Arab Spring starts and the Muslim Brotherhood gets elected, or if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, or if the Saudi monarch gets overthrown, right? Just because it's peaceful now, that does not mean the Arab states won't change it on a dime if they elect.
Okay, I'm going to ask you what I just asked David. What % chance of that happening? What do you give that chance? What is? Yeah,
I would put, if the Middle East, say an anti-Israeli government getting elected in the Middle East, I put that in 10% chance.
Wait, what?
In the next
No,
50
getting
years.
hands on nukes that are willing to.
Oh no,
bomb
not nukes.
Israel?
No, not nukes. Anti-Israel governments that would go to war with Israel.
I mean, we were talking about Europe and how they're persecuted in Europe, not how they're persecuted in Israel.
No, I said the Middle East too. Like just because.
But me and David weren't talking about Israel or the Middle East. But you can
I
go
was
on
talking
to-
about.
on your
It was
original
about hate
point.
speech laws in Europe. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yes.
I thought there was more to it before. I thought it was also about why are Jews afraid? Just because they're. Why are they?
Why were
being
they afraid
So-
in Europe?
In Europe, yeah.
That was what they were
yeah,
talking
okay.
about. I have occasionally
Okay.
argued that like I don't think they have any real right to, like I don't think they should be afraid of escalation in the Middle East in the current environment. They're not under threat as long as they have an American security guarantee, in my opinion.
But I would say some of the Middle East countries are a little suicidal. So
I don't
would
think it
disagree.
even matters if they're suicidal.
Yeah, if they
Really?
get a nuclear weapon, I think that that matters.
Sure, if they get a nuclear weapon, it matters. But
That's-
even then, I'm not sure that they have. So I think Iran is the only one with ICBMs, and from what I understand, we have a pretty good beat on what Iran's nuclear capability is. And even then, like Iran's probably going to need a while to build out like a significant number of nuclear warheads, right?
I'm actually curious, completely derailing this topic for Lycan. I'm actually curious, do you think that the Jews were justified moving into the Palestinian territories?
If they had
From the-
gone as settlers, or not settlers, but like refugees, like the Palestinian state had been created the way that Britain promised, or rather, that would have been on them to create. But if the land had been given to them the way it was promised, and Jews went there as refugees, because there were already Jews like living there relatively peacefully, to my understanding, yeah, I'd have no problem with that whatsoever.
What if they like bought land from
Well, so my-
the
my issue with that is that, like, you know, my understanding, again, not this is stuff I've gleaned from like listening to Steven and whatnot, but my understanding is that once they realized they were buying up that land to try to create a state, that people stopped selling the land. So,
Well,
and if it's
Bill, that's-
predatory, like, you know, like these people are impoverished, we have money and we're buying it up so we can eventually like take it over. Like, obviously, I'm going to think that's a problem.
So I would say that there was 3 different ways in which the Jews bought land. First, they would buy it from like public areas that were like not housed by actual people, and they would purchase that land and then create like villages there, etc. Then the second way they would purchase land would be by purchasing like swampland that and draining that swamp and then creating civilizations there. And the third way, which would be the most more dubious, would be purchasing lands from the Arabic leaders, and then in some of those areas they did, and some of them they didn't, kick out tenant farmers, basically like a violation of workers' rights that didn't exist at the time, but still I would say morally wrong. But they were compensated, at least the majority of them, from what I know. So I would say that those would be the main ways in which Jews purchase land from the Arabic leaders that own them, and from the actual people. So from those 3 ways, do you think that Jews had a right to do that?
I mean, like, again, like the I don't know, the idea of like buying up land so that you could take over. I mean, I think Americans wouldn't be pretty cool if they thought, you know, wealthy people from, you know, we'll go with the one that America's most xenophobic towards, wealthy people from Mexico are coming over and buying large swaths of
China.
Well, okay,
China
yeah,
is the
China,
most-
but
It would be China, yeah.
yeah. So if people from China were coming over and buying large
The
swaths of
explicit nation-state creation
Yeah.
of Israel
Yeah.
makes it bad.
I'm not saying that there's a reason that they could be mad or be in fear of like them coming in.
No, it's
but I'm
that was the goal of the land purchases, David. That's why it's bad. The land purchases weren't just land purchases; they were explicitly to build up like the grounds for settling a state.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what makes them bad. It's not the fact that it doesn't even really have to do with the legality or the morality of the individual land purchases. It's the land purchases and what their like overall goal was.
This would be like the English buying up every little bit of Scotland until Scotland got yoinked.
Yeah, essentially.
It's more comparative when it's 2 states that are directly next to each other. It's like, doesn't really
Well,
work
it's
with
not-
China.
If the Scots bought it, I mean, if the Scots sold it.
Anyway, if we can't get Eris in, I think
Make
I'm
it
gonna kill
alright.
the Israel-Palestine stuff for tonight. Sounds like
I have
Lincoln's
another
gonna go.
question.
Okay,
Last
last question.
Yeah, you guys briefly mentioned this, but if the Israelis were not Jewish, let's say they were Muslims, do you think this would still be an issue? Because I don't think it would be an issue if it was just other Muslims who were doing this
No.
over the land.
Yeah, obviously it wouldn't be an issue.
Well, it
They
wouldn't
were-
be as big an issue. It would depend. Like, obviously, if they were a different denomination, if like we know Sunnis and Shias war like crazy, so if they were a different
Yeah.
denomination or different like schism, it might be a problem. But obviously, the fact that they're not Muslim sets them apart in the region.
Yeah, because I think people let the problem go on forever because it's Jews and they want to use the.
This is my
this
ally.
as an issue.
Yeah, no, I know. I knew he
am I saying
wasn't.
anything?
I knew he wasn't.
Wait, wait. What? How am I not Zion? Zionist just means pro-Israel, right?
It
Depends who you
probably
ask.
pro-Israel being in that area.
I think Israel's
Yeah.
statehood should. I think Israel's statehood makes sense. I don't have an issue with that. They wanted fair and square. Palestine was never a nation, so I'm not anti. I'm just trying to ask about why this is an issue. I think the primary reason this is an issue is because it's Jews who control the land, and the Arabs around the area do not like it.
Lycan, is that true? Did they win it fair and square?
My understanding is there is contention about the 1967 war, and then I think what's it called, the was 48 the Nakba, or again, is the area where my history is a little.
So 48
would
Okay,
be
we're-
the Israeli war.
We're
which-
super sticking on Israel, guys. I really want to get off Israel. I'm sorry.
Bro, what the
I-
fuck?
Yeah, well.
About
We
This
just
whole
need to move
fucking-
on to anything else. The next person in chat who brings up like a better topic, literally
Okay.
anything.
In all fairness, you did just invite the last guy in because he is Zionist, right?
Yeah,
I feel
but
sorry for
we're
that
not moving
guy.
in the Zionist direction. I like
Ah,
Les House. I
shit,
talked to Les
okay.
House. Okay, he's not gonna take
Oh
it
no, I did.
personally.
No, J-Take is my favorite chatter, so I do not take it personally.
Shit.
There you go. There you go.
so sweet. But yeah.
David, you can wrap it up because I think Lycan's gonna go, and then we'll try to figure it out. Sorry, I don't know when you're leaving exactly, Lycan, but
Yeah, in about 20 minutes. We can talk
I
about
don't think
anything.
any of us have moved on any of our positions.
No.
So, very productive conversation.
Hey, you
overall.
know what? Sometimes it's just about getting the ideas out there and letting the audience mull it over, right?
So,
That's what I
like,
try
you
to do.
call yourself a Zionist?
What's that?
Would you call yourself a Zionist
In the sense that I think Israel should exist, yeah.
as a Jewish state?
Yeah.
Pepe.
No, I mean, I do
Yeah.
think Israel should exist as a Jewish state. I just think that Palestine should also have their land.
Okay, that's actually low-key based.
Do you have a preferable border agreement like 47, 67?
I mean, my
David?
base is what's it called? Hold on, I'm about to fuck this fucker up. Fuck you, Warwick. Sorry, 1 second.
Realistically, shouldn't the borders just be whatever is safest for both peoples? Is that
No,
an
they-
insane thing to say?
Could probably also include like important landmarks for each people.
And you're not gonna move millions of people.
The safest borders.
It depends what you mean when you say that, I suppose.
Oh, I should say, just because I saw something in chat. I agree with John Kerry's quote, which is not his like original thought, but it's the way I first saw it. I think that Israel can. I think Israel should exist, but I do not think it should be an ethno state.
That's so dumb.
So then you don't believe it should be a Jewish state?
I think that if it's a majority Jewish, that's fine, but I think that it should be because the majority of people that live there is Jews, not because they curate specifically to account for that. And I think that the laws that are on the books, like I do not think that like the first law or whatever it was called, the nation state law, that kind of codifies where the Supreme Court held it, and in their ruling they're like, we don't want to make Israeli the national identity because it goes against the Jewish identity we're trying to cultivate. I think that's a problem.
You know, there's like many other like religious states, right? It's just not Israel. It's just Israel's the most
Well, he said
explicit.
ethno, as in like the Jewish, like the actual ethnicity, not necessarily the religion.
I'm thinking of like, for
Ethno
example,
states are a
other.
little bit
Oh,
different.
sorry. I'm thinking of other countries that.
Think about in the Middle East, where like Syria's basically going to have like different ethnicities, but essentially be like
None of those
no Jew-
countries are Western countries that purport to have Western values, right?
yeah,
Hold
but
them to a different standard because they don't hold themselves. They don't even pretend to be like liberal
The thing-
democracies.
But
the
if
fact
they
that-
say they're the most Western value, and that's the
Yeah,
cutoff, right?
exactly.
Yeah. Sorry.
what I would
David,
say
you're
is that
cutting
like
off.
there's like 20 states. It would be like reverse ethno states, basically like states where you're supposed to not be Jewish to be there, like in the Middle East.
Oh no, they have other immigrants. They're just called migrant workers. That's fair.
Okay.
I'm joking. My bad.
Are you really keen on the idea of ethno states?
I think many of the countries in the Middle East are ethno states. It's just that it's based on clan and
Yeah, but that's
sect
that's
as
not
well.
what I was asking. I was asking him if he's like if that's what he wants because it seems
My-
like an
my-
odd thing to fight for.
In a just world and in a utopia, yeah, you wouldn't need a Jewish ethno state. You would just have like Jews living in peace in other places. But like the Jews have kind of they're kind of tired of not having a fucking state of their own.
Why does that need to be
and
an
not-
ethno state though?
Because they're the ones that were targeted, right? If you feel like you're being targeted, right, as Jews,
Have control
it would make
over-
sense to say, hey, we should have a home state that we could defend ourselves.
Okay, but there's a difference between not wanting like hostile neighbors to be in your country, all right? But what about the rest of the world?
Like,
yeah, so other Europeans you should be allowed there as well? That you're
Or
suggesting
anyone
that?
that's not from a hostile state, yeah.
I would just say like, there should be like one state on Earth where the Jews actually have like a majority control and can actually like fight for their own like protection, etc.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
can-
It's
can-
where it's
can-
getting very ethno-y.
Yeah. That's like
Kind of the
tough to
circumstance.
swallow.
Doesn't have to
Yeah,
be
it's
that
tough
way.
medicine.
Alright, well, can't say I'm
Yeah, I
big
wouldn't
on
know.
ethno states.
Probably want to try.
Well, we're gonna move on from Israel Palestine, okay, guys? Now I'm actually like putting the foot down.
Do you have a take
think-
on OpenAI and and CEO?
I
God, not-
I mean I do, but I'm not gonna open debate that right now.
Oh, okay. It's just a new topic.
Yeah. Well, we might move on to something else. I think Wolfgang wanted to come in earlier. I don't know if he's still watching or if he's around.
I can bake some anime.
Well, I'm gonna move everyone out.
Okay.
Probably except Kelly.
Big.
Take care of that.
Peace out, everyone. Bye, chat.
Bye, guys.
All right, you can all say whatever. Like, and you can stick around until you leave too if you want.
Okay.
I'm not trying to like explicitly just kick everybody out.
No,
It's
no,
just,
it's
like-
good. I mean, I'm gonna hop
Tell
out.
us your no,
I'll talk
baby.
to chat for a little bit on my end, and then I'm gonna fuck off. So, thanks for having me, guys. I
I'm just trying
appreciate
to
it.
get more people in.
Yeah,
All right.
all
We'll
good.
see you around, Legan.
Good night, dude. Good night, Kelly. Bye, everyone.
Have a good one. See ya.
Bye.
All right, chat. Hold on one second. Yes, Pixie. Do you think you can give me a ride from my work to the bodega place? Yes, I guess I can. Hold on, guys. I gotta. Uh-oh, my guy's gonna get fucked. I should be able to, but it'll be a bit. Oh, we got him. All right. Oh, oh well, I had the fucking crab and I fucked it up. All right, folks, I'm going to end stream just because I got some coordinating to do in the background. But thank you all for tuning in today. I really appreciate it. If you missed some of the stream, check it out on YouTube, trying to get those watch towers up. If you want to just throw the VOD up in the background and let it play out, I mean, every hour counts, baby. So I really appreciate it. It's Like and Cooks on YouTube. Thank you all for tuning in, checking things out, and we'll talk to you soon. I hope you all have a good night. See you tomorrow. We're going to do first-person cooking streams for the first time, so that'll be exciting. Later, folks.